How are you? House will come to order. Members, please register. Have all members registered? Have all members registered? A quorum is present. House and gallery, please rise for the invocation offered by Ron Joy of DPS.
Shall we pray? Gracious Heavenly Father, we praise you and are blessed by your grace and your mercy. We thank you for the strength and endurance that you have provided to these servants. Bless these members for the long hours of work each day, for their time spent away from their families and their businesses in order to represent the citizens of their communities. I pray that as the end draws near, you will renew their strength and commit to finish strong. Bless them for remaining steadfast under trials and tribulation. I pray you bless the work that this legislative body produces. May the fruit of their labor bring blessings and relief to those in need. Just as the rain from heaven feeds the earth, bringing forth a harvest, may their efforts and work bring a return of meaningful and impactful changes for the good of those that they serve. We praise you, Lord, for the opportunity to be of service. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Chair recognizes the Honorable Richard Raymond to lead us in the pledges of allegiance to the United States and Texas flags.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members and folks in the gallery, if you'll join us in the pledges. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Please excuse Ms. Gervin Hawkins because of important business in the district on motion of Ms. Bowers. Please excuse Mr. Jones of Dallas because of important business in the district on motion of Ms. Howard. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Ms. Patterson, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Would you be able to explain what the House Personnel Manual on Policies and Procedures is?
That is not a proper parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
Patterson, state your inquiry.
Is it true that this body's Personnel Manual on Policies and Procedures and the House rules serve as the main sources of governing policy for House personnel and staff conduct?
That is not a proper parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Does the Personnel Manual on Policies and Procedures outline that a member's employees are prohibited from, quote, attempting to or aiding anyone in an attempt to influence any member of the House to vote in favor or against any measure pending before the legislature?
That's not a proper parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Would you be able to define what a measure pending before the legislature is defined as?
It is the item of business laid before the House.
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Isn't it true that the Personnel Manual on Policies and Procedures also outlines that employees exercising or attempting to exercise influence towards a member can be immediately removed from their position as found on page 146, item 11?
That is not a proper parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary
State your
inquiry.
inquiry.
Could it be a violation of the Personnel Manual's improper influence language if a member staff is a current elected member of the State Republican Executive Committee or the State Democratic Executive Committee and exercises influence over a member on a pending legislative matter?
It's not a proper parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary
State
inquiry.
your inquiry.
Pursuant to the Personnel Manual on Policies and Procedures, can the Committee on House Administration conduct an investigation into improper influence by an employee over a member if there is an allegation of gross misconduct against the employee as found on page 146, item
Mr.
11?
Patterson, those are not proper parliamentary inquiries.
Mr. Speaker,
State your inquiry.
parliamentary inquiry. Based on the aforementioned criteria, if a member staff were to engage in such behavior, would these parliamentary inquiries serve as an appropriate notification to the House Administration Committee to begin investigating such behavior?
Mr. Patterson, that is still not a proper parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Doorkeeper,
Mr. Speaker, I have a message from the Senate. Door
admit the
Times.
messenger.
Thank you.
Please excuse Ms. Noble because of a family medical emergency on motion of Mr. Cook. Is there objection? Chair is none so ordered. Following message from the governor.
To the Senate and House of Representatives of the 89th Texas Legislature, second called session. Whereas the people of Texas, through their state constitution, have placed in the hands of the governor the power to call and set the agenda for special sessions of the legislature, and whereas pursuant to a gubernatorial proclamation issued on August 15th, 2025, the members of the 89th Legislature convened in a second called session to consider the subjects designated in that proclamation. Now, therefore, I, Greg Abbott, Governor of the state of Texas, by the authority vested in me by Article 3, Section 40, and Article 4, Section 8A of the Texas Constitution, do hereby present the following additional subjects to the 89th Legislature second called session for consideration. Legislation that protects law enforcement officers from public disclosure of unsubstantiated complaints and other information maintained in law enforcement agency files. Legislation relating to election procedures regarding accepting a voter with a residence address that is not current and the immediate effect of a voter's registration after the registrar's receipt of certain change of address notices. Respectfully submitted, Greg Abbott, Governor.
Mr. Dutton, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
State your inquiry.
If a Texan is engaging in a constitutionally protected activity, can they be fined?
That is not a proper parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I already read this one. Chair recognizes Mr. Darby for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to grant the request of the Senate to appoint a conference committee on SB 2.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none so ordered. Following conferees, clerk read the conferees.
House conferees on SB 2. King, Chair. Darby, Guerin, McQueenie, Moody.
Mr. Darby for another motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to grant the request of the Senate to appoint a conference committee on SB 10.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none so ordered. Following conferees, clerk read the conferees.
House conferees on SB 10. Meyer, Chair. Bonin, Button, Metcalf, Munoz.
Mr. Darby for another motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move that the House grant permission for all committees and subcommittees to meet while the House is in session through and including Thursday, August 28, pursuant to their committee postings.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none so ordered.
Members, we are ready to begin the consideration of the congratulatory calendar. Please take your seats or take your conversations outside the rail. The chair lays before the House the following congratulatory resolutions. The clerk will read the resolutions.
HCR number 3 by Craddock, Children's Emergency Relief International. HCR number 4 by Craddock, Ricky and Ann Lowe. HCR number 5 by Craddock, Don Sparks. HCR number 6 by Craddock, Senior Life Midland Meals on Wheels. HCR number 8 by Craddock, Charles and Margaret Sample. HCR number 14 by Vasut, Lori Rickert. HCR number 16 by Craddock, Barbara Jean Bolden Yarbrough. HR number 1 by Tepper, Dr. Ted L. Mitchell. HR number 2 by Tepper, Joseph C. Longway. HR number 3 by Leo Wilson, Camille McWhorter. HR number 4 by Schofield, Aristoy Classical Academy. HR number 6 by Schofield, Himalata Basumatary. HR number 7 by Schofield, No Label Brewing Co. HR number 8 by Leo Wilson, 2026 Fraternal Order of Eagles number 3719. HR 9 by Leo Wilson, Texas Rice Festival. HR number 12 by Leo Wilson, Manuel Moreno Jr. HR number 11 by Leo Wilson, Ball High School Choir. HR 13 by Leo Wilson, Galveston Pickleball Championship. HR number 14 by Schofield, Brenda Martin. HR number 15 by Schofield, Katy Visitor Center. HR number 16 by Schofield, Founders Day Celebration. HR number 20 by Guillen, Richard L. Jankowski III. HR number 22 by Verdell, First Responders Texas Hill Country. HR number 23 by Verdell, Czech Urban Search and Rescue Team. HR number 24 by Verdell, Search and Rescue Team from Fundación 911 of Ciudad Acuña, Coahuila, Mexico. HR number 25 by Hinojosa, Bertha Saucedo. HR number 26 by Hinojosa, Michael Rye. HR number 27 by Hinojosa, Elena Cantu. HR number 28 by Hinojosa, the Most Reverend Daniel E. Garcia. HR number 29 by Schoolcraft, Burnt Bean Co. in Seguin. HR number 30 by Little, Metrocrest Hospital Authority. HR number 31 by Schoolcraft, Bicentennial of Gonzales. HR number 32 by Bella Montgomery, Horace Hodge. HR number 33 by Meyer, Blair Elizabeth Harbor. HR number 45 by Lujan, American Legion Post number 667. HR number 48 by Lujan, San Antonio Missions. HR number 49 by Lujan, Gerardo Soto. HR number 51 by Orr, Cindy Walker Foundation. HR number 52 by Johnson, the University of Texas MD Anderson Cancer Center. HR number 55 by Johnson, West University Elementary School. HR number 56 by Harris Davila, Antioch, Georgetown. HR number 57 by Bella Montgomery, Lieutenant Colonel Dr. Michael Lee Russell. HR number 59 by Lopez of Cameron, Raymondville Early College High School Bearcat Band. HR number 60 by Gonzalez of El Paso, Cacique Jose Sierra Sr. HR number 61 by Wharton, Sergeant Daniel Gascamp. HR number 62 by Flores, El Mercado Restaurant. HR number 63 by Lopez of Cameron, Brownsville Coffee Shop number 2. HR number 64 by Dyson, Angela Sanchez. HR number 65 by Dyson, Leslie Hoffpower. HR number 66 by Dyson, Ed and Sandra Uddle. HR number 70 by Harless, Brian Collier. HR number 71 by Lopez of Cameron, West Brownsville Little League Junior Softball All-Stars. HR number 72 by Moody, Amber Cervantes. HR number 74 by Patterson, Sadie Shiremeyer.
Is there any objection to the adoption of the resolutions? The chair hears none, and the resolutions are adopted. Members, may I have your attention? Please take your seats. We are ready to begin the consideration of the memorial calendar. The chair lays before the House the following memorial resolutions. The clerk will read the resolutions.
HCR number 2 by Verdell, victims of the July 2025 Hill Country floods. HCR number 7 by Craddock, Richard Augustus Hewitt. HR number 10 by Leo Wilson, John Wilbur Franklin. HR number 21 by Bella Montgomery, Kenneth Allen Griffin. HR number 35 by Meyer, Virginia Wynn Naylor. HR number 36 by Meyer, Eloise Elizabeth Peck. HR number 37 by Meyer, Leela James Bonner. HR number 38 by Meyer, Hadley Rebecca Hanna. HR number 39 by Meyer, Jane Marie Hunt. HR number 40 by Meyer, Hannah Rose Lawrence and Rebecca Mark Lawrence. HR number 42 by Meyer, Brooke Catherine Harbor. HR number 43 by Meyer, William Michael Mike Harbor. HR number 44 by Meyer, Charlene Cravota Harbor. HR number 46 by Lujan, Flaco Jimenez. HR number 47 by Lujan, Eulogio G. Flores. HR number 50 by Orr, Nelma Jean Speed Bonner. HR number 53 by Johnson, Dr. Robert M. Stein. HR number 54 by Johnson, Sarah Blakely McRory. HR number 67 by Lujan, James Bruce Bug Jr. HR number 69 by Leo Wilson, Domingo T. Orozco. HR number 75 by Dyson, Richard W.B. Davis.
All those in favor of adoption of the resolutions, please rise. The resolutions are unanimously adopted.
Members, we're getting ready to go on the calendar. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 25.
HB number 25 by Schaffner, relating to a statewide order issued by the Commissioner of State Health Services authorizing a pharmacist to dispense ivermectin.
Chair recognizes Ms. Schaffner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I am so grateful to lay out committee substitute for House Bill 25, which allows a pharmacist to dispense ivermectin to a person without requiring a prescription order from the licensed healthcare practitioner. Like penicillin and aspirin, ivermectin is a safe, affordable medicine with minimal side effects that derives from nature. It was discovered in 1970s in Tokyo, Japan, and was originally introduced as an anti-parasitic veterinary medicine. However, like many other medicines, its effectiveness became broad-ranging and resulted in the treatment of many human parasitic infections, especially in prevalent tropical regions around the world. With around 3 billion doses having been dispensed over the past 40 years, ivermectin is on the World Health Organization's list of essential medicines. The discoverers of this medicine won the 2015 Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine. Ivermectin tablets can be administered easily and has proper labeling with regards to dosage. In rural communities, it can be at least an hour's drive to a healthcare practitioner. With that and the possible loss of income from missing work, it's important for rural constituents to have autonomy and ease of access to important and inexpensive drugs that they might need. Allowing the FDA-approved and Nobel Prize-winning ivermectin over the counter is one of the ways to assure rural and urban citizens, seniors, those on fixed incomes, Medicaid recipients, that this long-time, safe, reliable, effective, and inexpensive medicine is available to meet their needs through a pharmacist. 4 other states in the U.S. dispense ivermectin over the counter. Tennessee in 2022, with Louisiana, Arkansas, Idaho following. When passed, Texas will be the 5th state to dispense FDA-approved ivermectin without a prescription. Adding Chapter 446 to the Health and Safety Code, the Texas State Board of Pharmacy, in accordance with any written standardized procedures or protocols, may adopt rules necessary to implement this chapter.
Ms. Luther, for what purpose?
Does the gentle lady yield for questions, please?
Generally,
I
you have
do.
questions? She
Yes,
yields
I
for
do.
questions.
Thank you. First of all, I just want to say, as my friend, I'm so proud of you. And you've worked really hard to get this bill passed. And I know that's not anything to do with this bill except for what a great person you are and what you did to get this passed. So I'm very proud of you.
Thank you.
Number one.
Appreciate you.
Yep. Isn't it true that ivermectin has been safely used for decades in both human and veterinarian medicine, with billions of doses administered worldwide and a well-established safety profile that supports making it available over the counter?
Yes, it is an incredible workhorse, and it has been around in many, many countries. About 10 or so countries use this all the time, and it's just so important that this reliable, safe, inexpensive medicine has more access to us.
Great. And building on that, wouldn't allowing OTC sales reduce unnecessary barriers for Texans, especially in rural areas where access to a doctor for a simple prescription can become time-consuming and costly?
Yes, it's absolutely important for our rural communities. And there's a lot of people in urban communities that are not able to get to their doctor, that they have more access to their pharmacist than they would their healthcare practitioner.
And one last thing, if critics call ivermectin a horse dewormer, aren't they conveniently forgetting that, as you stated, it won a Nobel Prize for treating humans? Or are they just naysayers?
It's so bad of them to say things like that.
Love you, friend.
Love you.
Ms. Holt, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady answer some questions?
Generally yield
Yes,
for
ma'am.
questions. She yields for questions.
Thank you. I want to echo Representative Luther's comments about your hard work and your dedication to this. You have been working
Thank
on
you,
this a
ma'am.
very long time, and I'm very
Thank you,
proud
ma'am.
for you. Just have a few questions. Can you speak to how this bill aligns with personal freedom and responsibility, how it empowers individuals to make their own health choices without government overreach, much like we do with other common medications like aspirin and antacids?
Right, so it's so important that we allow our citizens discretion to use the medicines they want and allow them, to be able to take care of their own health needs. And obviously a pharmacist and a pharmacy is going to be closer than a healthcare practitioner, and it just takes away an unnecessary gate in order to have access to the safe, reliable, Nobel Prize-winning, FDA-approved medicine. It's already behind the pharmacy counters. This is not a new thing behind the pharmacy counter. It's already there.
Right.
We'll be able to access it more easily.
So that sounds like it falls right in with personal freedom and responsibility, correct? Absolutely. Isn't it also the case that ivermectin is already available over the counter in many other countries without any reported issues, suggesting that Texas could safely follow suit and potentially lower health care costs for families?
Yes, in fact, the side effects are very, very minimum. Any sort of overdose that was reported was because people were using the veterinarian version, which of course doesn't have proper labeling for humans. And so making ivermectin over the counter will create even a more safety, more consistency for citizens with its already existing labeling and dosage requirements. It protects the consumers and the pharmacists as well.
I think it's very important that we do protect our consumers, so thank you for that. One last question.
Yes, ma'am.
Wouldn't this bill help address potential supply chain or emergency needs, ensuring that Texans have quick access to a versatile anti-parasitic drug that's proven effective for conditions like river blindness or scabies without waiting on a prescription?
Yes, it would be able, again, that we go back to the autonomy and back to the discretion of our citizens and our Texans being able to access this safe, reliable drug at whenever they need it.
Right. Well, as a cattle rancher who has administered ivermectin to our cattle over the years, I'm so glad that now we have it for our human consumption too as well. Thank you, Representative Schaffner.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. Richardson, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady leave for questions?
Generally yield for questions.
Yes, ma'am.
She yields for questions.
Excellent, excellent. Well, thank you, Joanne, for bringing this to the forefront. So I want to, I have a question, but I also want to relay some personal experience. As a cancer survivor, my doctors recommend that I take ivermectin consistently to keep my cancer from recurring. And I have to order that from India, and it takes several weeks sometimes to get that. So I know that restricting over-the-counter access, sometimes people have fears that are unfounded. And I know that with ivermectin being so long established as a safe drug, that that these fears, should be overcome with practicality.
Right.
And overdosing, it's a common sense thing for people to be cautious and to not overdose if they have access to the human dosage recommendations. So would you agree that trying to go to a feed store and buy something for horses is difficult for your average citizen to administer when it would be much safer for them to just go to a pharmacist and get the right recommendations?
Correct, and not only that, the human form is usually in tablets. Sometimes there's a topical cream as well, where the veterinary form is either in liquid or a paste. And so again, that's where the the very, very small amount of overdoses happen. The overdose consisted of, stomach aches, gastrointestinal issues, things like that, which, aspirin can give that to us. But regardless, that's why it's so important that we get people have easier access to this so they can get it. And it's already properly labeled. It's already dosaged correctly for children and adults. It's already done. This is not a new thing going behind the pharmacy counter. It's already there.
Excellent. So another question. Right now, we have certain sinus medications that are available over the counter, and then they are used to make meth and other things. But those are still allowed, and yet somehow we're restricting this globally praised anti-parasitic medicine as being dangerous.
Yes,
and
there
to
are
me,
many.
that's ironic.
Completely ironic, considering that there are dangerous drugs behind that could be dangerous, potential dangerous, like you mentioned, Sudafed or pseudoephedrine, people using it for meth, if you ever watched Breaking Bad. But there's also medicines on the shelves that can cause harm. Acetaminophen, for instance, kills 600 to 800 people a year from overuse and overdose for the liver. So many people on the liver transplant list is because of the damage due to acetaminophen. And that's just right there on the shelf. This is still behind the counter with a pharmacist who is well equipped and able to answer questions and give out instructions if needed.
One more thing, Joanne, I just want to thank you for your efforts here, and I want to ask, are you aware that ivermectin is now being used for Alzheimer's disease and dementia, and that they're seeing amazing results with this drug?
Yes, there are off-label uses for lots of medicines. For instance, Ozempic is a medicine that's used off-label to lose weight. It's primarily FDA approved for lowering our blood sugar, but a lot of healthcare practitioners have used ivermectin for off-label purposes for a variety of reasons.
Excellent. Well, I just want to let you know that we are using this drug in many instances, and in my own family, it's being used for dementia and Alzheimer's patients. We're seeing dramatic results where they were nonverbal, and now they're speaking again, and some are even being removed from hospice because of this amazing drug.
Praise
so
God.
thank you for your efforts to
Thank
bring
you.
it to the table.
Praise God. Thank you.
Mr. Little, for what purpose?
This is Lady Yield for questions.
Gentlelady for questions.
Yes, sir.
Shields for questions.
Representative Schaffner, are you aware of the lies that came through the media in the years 2020 and 2021 and beyond regarding this drug?
Yes, unfortunately, it was very, very politicized, as mentioned earlier, as a horse drug, et cetera, which is so demeaning to all the people around the world who are dependent on this drug for survival in developing countries. They use it regularly. And for them to, in their elitist way, to be despairing to everyone who takes care of it is just, it's abhorrent.
And it's been said that a lie has an opportunity to go around the world twice before the truth even gets its shoes on.
Yes, sir.
And I want to applaud you for taking the opportunity on behalf of yourself and this chamber to begin the accounting for the public lies that occurred regarding this and COVID through the years 2020, 2021, and beyond. Thank you, Representative Schaffner.
Thank you, sir. I also would like to mention that, doctors and healthcare practitioners lost their license because they wanted to dispense ivermectin and some other medicines during that time, and it is so unfortunate. And, where are the doctors backing them up? Where are the healthcare practitioners backing them up?
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Collier, for what purpose?
will the gentlelady yield for questions?
Generally,
Yes,
for
ma'am.
questions. She yields for questions.
Okay. So Representative Schaffner, was part of the hearing and heard this bill, and I just have some more follow-up questions. What is the age limit how old can somebody be? Can they be under the age of 18 to purchase ivermectin over the counter?
The pharmacist has discretion as far as that's concerned. However, there is no age limit to purchasing ivermectin. There is for pseudoephedrine. You have to have a driver's license 16 and above. But ivermectin is child dosage as well as adult dosage. Children, from 0 to, above 33 pounds. And all the way up to adults and seniors can take this very, very safe and well-established medicine.
Can someone be 14 and say, Mr. Pharmacist, Madam Pharmacist, I'd like to have ivermectin?
The State Board of Pharmacy has their own protocols that I'm sure the pharmacist will be taking care of. I'm not advised on the details of that.
Well, you personally, as the bill author, are you in support of a 14-year-old being able to request the dispensation of ivermectin?
I don't, as the bill author, I can't even imagine a teenager or a young person going to a pharmacist and asking for medicine, especially ivermectin. It's not a stimulant. It's not an opiate. No one's getting high off this. It's like an aspirin. So I just think that question is moot.
It's new?
Meaning it's just not, it's an unnecessary question. It's just
Well,
unnecessary.
we just want to make sure that we're protecting the public health.
Sure, I absolutely get that, and I'm so grateful for the Texas Board of Pharmacy who is going to be taking care of this, and all of our pharmacists who take care of us, and all of our healthcare practitioners, which pharmacists are healthcare practitioners, that I, think they do a great job.
But do you support a 14-year-old being able to walk up to the pharmacy and request the dispensation of ivermectin?
I just don't think that's a valid question. I mean,
Well, is it that you don't
I'm just not
understand
advised.
it?
I'm not
Or you don't
advised.
have an opinion?
no, I'm just not advised.
You're not advised? You don't have your own opinions?
I've already stated my opinions.
Your opinion was confusing, so that's why I'm asking for clarity. It's either, I don't understand if, do you support a 14-year-old being able to walk up to the pharmacist and ask for the dispensation of ivermectin?
This bill is not about my opinion.
Yes, but it can go into intent, legislative intent. So is it your opinion or your intent for a 14-year-old to be able
I'm
to
going to
purchase?
leave that discretion up to the pharmacist.
Okay. In terms of ivermectin being stored behind the counter, what was the purpose of it being, why is it that you're asking that it be stored behind the counter?
It's already behind the counter.
And so you're just saying,
You
It
can
stays
access it
behind.
without a prescription.
well, here in Texas, you need a prescription to get
Yes,
it.
yes, ma'am. And now the bill is to be able to access ivermectin without a prescription from a healthcare practitioner.
So you're not removing it from behind the counter, you're leaving it behind the counter?
Over the counter means behind the counter, pharmacist.
Yes.
Yes.
It's not going to be on the shelves where other medicines are,
Correct.
like NyQuil. It's not going to be there. It's going to be behind the counter.
Right. NyQuil and acetaminophen and many other medicines are on the shelf that we have to be careful about.
But this one is going to be behind the counter.
Correct. That's what
Okay.
over the counter means.
And so there's no age. So when talking about the pharmacist being able to dispense this ivermectin, does a person's weight, age, or existing health care conditions have any impact on the dosage that would be dispensed to that person?
The Texas Board of Pharmacy has plenty of protocols and procedures that let their pharmacists know on how to dispense medicines.
Are you aware of any dosage requirements associated with someone's weight, age, or existing health care situation or existing health situation?
Yes. I mean, most medicines have adult age, children age, most medicines.
But dosage?
Dosage, yes.
So you understand that the pharmacist is going to require a form to be filled out to collect that information?
No, there's nothing about a form.
Well, how are they going to know what someone's weight, age, or existing health care condition is?
The ivermectin is already behind the counter. It's already packaged. It's already got directions on it. So it's the citizens, to read the instructions.
I understand,
And
but
they
you're
can ask
expecting...
questions of their pharmacist if they would like. The pharmacist can, whatever the procedures and protocols at the Pharmacists Association,
Well, this is different than what you've talked about in committee, because in committee, it was important that you emphasize that someone's weight, age, and existing health situation.
I did not emphasize that. You did.
You responded and said that the pharmacist is going to consider that.
The pharmacist will consider whatever procedures and protocols that is required of them.
Well, the concern that I have is that you want to provide immunity from the pharmacist. And in order for the pharmacist to claim that immunity from any type of legal litigation, criminal charges, and professional allegations, wouldn't they need some evidence to support whatever they did in the form of some type of...
The pharmacist acting in a reasonable, prudent manner is not criminally or civilly liable or subject to professional disciplinary action.
How are they going to prove that?
That's up to the Texas Pharmacy Board.
Wouldn't that require a
That's
form?
them.
Wait, hang on. He's about to hit the gavel. I don't want you to get jumpy on that.
Appreciate that.
The question that I have is, how would the pharmacy defend their decision to dispense ivermectin if they don't
I
have...
am not advised.
Gentlelady's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker,
Scholar, for what purpose?
I move to extend the time.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection?
Yeah.
Chair hears none, so ordered.
Let me ask the question again, so that way we're back on the same... We're on the same thing. So in terms of dispensing ivermectin, how would the pharmacy be able to defend their decision as being reasonably prudent if they don't have any documentation of what they collected to make that reasonably prudent decision?
I'm not advised of what the Texas Board of Pharmacy protocols or procedures will do in that situation. However, the box is already labeled.
So do you anticipate the Board of Pharmacy coming up with the rules and on dispensing, on how it's dispensed?
Yes, that's
Are you
as it
instructing?
says.
Okay, are you
The
instructing?
Texas Board of Pharmacy may adopt rules necessary to implement this chapter.
And are you instructing the Texas Board of Pharmacy not to advise the pharmacist to collect information?
No.
Okay, so are you opposed to the pharmacist using a form before providing?
I am absolutely opposed because it's not an opiate or a stimulant. It's a safe and effective drug that's been around for almost 50 years.
But how are
used
they going to justify?
worldwide.
How are they going to justify the
That's
dispensing?
totally up to the Board of Pharmacy. I'm not telling them what to do.
But they would need a
I'm
form.
not a pharmacist or a biologist.
But wouldn't they need a form to collect the information so they can verify?
I'm not going to track Texans. That's not necessary. That doesn't seem very free to me. We're not in a socialist country.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out. So if someone wants to file a complaint against a pharmacist because they had some
I
type
don't
of
think they do that
adverse-
for Sudafed. They do it for a driver's license, like they track the 2007 federal law to track pseudoephedrine because
I'm not
people
sure
are
I
buying.
get the connection. We're talking about ivermectin, you said, right?
Right. What the connection is the pharmacist collects driver's license for Sudafed because of the drug situation that started in 2007 when people were using pseudoephedrine
Okay, so
to
the
make
que-
methamphetamines. As far as I refuse, and it's absolutely refuse, to track Texans on what products they buy at their pharmacy or store or
Okay, so then let me
anywhere
ask
else.
you this. In terms of the immunity, because you're saying that they cannot be sued, they cannot be disciplined, and this is the pharmacy.
I'm not saying anything. Texas Board of Pharmacy.
No, your law
has
says that.
Texas Board of Pharmacy, that's a standard Texas Board of Pharmacy rules, protocols, etc.
Well, you said in Section B of your bill, a pharmacist acting in a reasonably prudent manner is not criminally or civilly liable or subject to professional disciplinary action
Right.
for dispensing ivermectin. So how would they prove? So somebody files a complaint against them. How do they defend their action in dispensing if they have no record of it?
They follow the rules that they do all the time, every day, that are already set in place by the Texas Pharmacy Board.
But if the Texas Pharmacy Board says you have to keep a form that proves that you considered the person's weight, existing health condition, and age before you dispense it, are you saying that you won't allow that, or you are opposed?
I'm going to allow the pharmacists to create their own protocols. The Texas Pharmacy Board, that's already done. They do this all the time, not trying to reinvent the wheel here.
Okay.
The medicine's already behind the counter.
How would we track any type of adverse reactions to ivermectin?
The same way they always do with every single solitary medicine we might take. And it's been around for years. They can talk to the pharmacist about it if they have an adverse
You've already said
or a
that.
doctor. They can
You've
talk
already
to their
said that.
doctor.
I'm just trying to see if you have anything new to add to the questions in terms of how would we figure out if there was an adverse reaction to ivermectin. So say if somebody has bronchitis, and this may not be the medicine for them because there's known adverse interactions with that. Or
Sure,
adverse-
and just like any other medicine and product that we buy at stores, it's not only up to our discretion to buy it or not and read the labels, but also the pharmacist, they're able to ask questions of the pharmacist. Will this interact with my medicine?
Okay, so what I've gathered is that you don't want a form, but
No,
you
ma'am.
want the pharmacist to be protected without any justification and as to what their decision was. So this is unchecked authority given to the pharmacist to dispense a medication that may cause harm to the person if they don't have all the information.
I could think that is completely inaccurate.
Okay, so tell me what part is inaccurate.
I'm trying to think what was accurate. What I am not, I'm totally against any sort of tracking of our Texan citizens, of your constituents, of my constituents. I want your constituents to have the freedom to be able to go in the pharmacy and get what they want
But I want my
without being
constituents
tracked.
safe. I want them to be safe, and so
Right, so a Nobel Prize winning medicine, that seems safe. On the World Health Organization essential medicine list, that seems safe. Used for over 50 years, that seems safe. 3 billion doses have been given out worldwide. That seems safe.
Yeah, so the concern that I have, again, is that there's nothing to protect the consumer when it comes to liability. So if the pharmacist incorrectly dispenses the medicine, there's no checks against that because
That's completely inaccurate. The Texas Board of Pharmacy Board takes care of their pharmacists. The Pharmacy Association takes care of the pharmacists. I'm not going to demean them and think that they don't know what they're doing as far as dispensing a medicine that is already behind the counter.
Okay.
It has directions.
Do they
it's
give
not
the
gonna be
same
a-
dosage? So you're saying that behind the counter,
Yes,
is
ma'am.
there going to be a tablet that is 5 milligrams and 10 milligrams? Or is it all, straight 10 and you take cut it in half.
I am not advised on the details of that. I'm not a pharmacist or a chemist or a biologist.
Well, okay, so then there's
Doctor.
nothing, the pharmacist doesn't get to justify their actions. They don't have it in writing. And the consumer, if there is an adverse reaction, has no recourse against the pharmacist. That's what I understood.
That is completely inaccurate. That's not what I said at all.
What part is in there? Let me repeat what I said.
The Texas Board of Pharmacy may adopt the rules to implement this chapter.
I understood that.
Texas Board of Pharmacy.
And what you said is that you don't want them to have a form. You're saying they should not be able to have a form.
I'm not saying that's not what I'm saying at all. You know that.
Well, no, you said that multiple times. So if the Board of Pharmacy says the person must complete a form verifying their weight, age, and existing health care conditions, you're not opposed to that?
I am completely opposed to tracking people to taking, do you want to be tracked if you buy aspirin?
Well, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about ivermectin. So let's keep it on the bill.
So why is it any different? Any medicine, check medicine A, medicine B, no one wants to be tracked. We live in America still, so no one wants to be tracked on what products, any products, we go to the pharmacy to buy.
Right, okay.
Lotions, whatever.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
will the gentlelady yield for some
Gentlelady
questions?
for questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Yields
Thank
for
you.
questions.
Thank you so much. I kind of want to continue what you and Representative Collier were talking about. What are some other medications that you think are so essential that should be over the counter?
This bill is about ivermectin and nothing else.
But why just ivermectin? Why not, say, prednisone, a medication that I know I've used for asthma management? Why ivermectin and not something like prednisone that has very clear uses that are scientifically
This
backed?
bill is about bringing ivermectin over the counter.
Why do you think ivermectin is different from, say, prednisone or albuterol, a life-saving asthma medication? What makes ivermectin special?
This bill is about ivermectin with minimal side effects, safe, affordable, effective, FDA approved, already at the pharmacy.
What is ivermectin FDA approved for?
Ivermectin is FDA approved for parasitic infections. It's an anti-parasitic drug.
And that's what it won the
for
Nobel Prize
instance-
for,
excuse
correct?
me, for instance, Ozempic is also a drug FDA approved for lowering blood sugar. Many of our medicines are.
Gentlelady's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
I move to extend the gentlelady's time.
Members, this is the second extension of time. It requires unanimous consent. There is objection.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of HB 25 under Rule 8, Section 1A1, that the caption does not give sufficient notice of the contents of the bill.
Bring your point of order down front. The point of order has been withdrawn. Please excuse Mr. Reveau because of an illness on motion of Mr. Bernal. Is there objection? Chair is none so ordered. Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Zwiener.
Ms. Zwiener.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members.
Mr. Speaker,
A little for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against the Zwiener amendment under Rule 11-2 that the amendment's not germane.
Bring your point of order down front. The point of order is withdrawn. The amendment is withdrawn. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Anchia.
Chair recognizes Mr. Anchia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is a very simple amendment. It simply
Mr. Speaker.
provides
Mr.
a
Kane, for what
title.
purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of this amendment under Rule 11, Section 2, on the grounds that the amendment is not germane to the bill.
Bring your point of order down front. The point of order is withdrawn. The amendment is not withdrawn.
Wait, Darwin, come here. No. But what's the point?
Mr. Anchia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a very simple amendment. It provides a title for this bill, I think, that is very appropriate.
You are? I'm not trying to.
The title would be the Darwin Award Act. Now, for you boomers out there, you may not know what the Darwin Award is, but it salutes the improvement of the human genome, honoring those who accidentally remove themselves from this world in a spectacular manner. And ladies and gentlemen, I think that is what this bill is trying to do. I will tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that it might sound good to you to remove doctors from the process of advising their patients on the use of ivermectin. However, no mainstream medical groups in the United States have recommended that ivermectin be sold over the counter. In fact, leading organizations like the American Medical Association, the American Pharmacists Association, and the American Society of Health Systems Pharmacists have officially opposed the policy that this legislature is seeking to enact. In fact, it notes, a simple search, that the primary push to make ivermectin available without a prescription does not come from any medical group. It comes from state legislators. And why do we require some medications and not others to be prescribed by a doctor?
Yeah.
It pains me to have to explain this to this body. But in Texas, certain medicines require a prescription to protect patients from potentially harmful effects if used without a doctor's supervision. I have no idea,
Mr. Speaker.
members, why we are trying to remove doctors from the relationship with their patients
Mr. Riddell, for what
to
purpose?
oversee
Will the gentleman yield
the
for
use
questions?
of ivermectin.
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Not at this time.
Not at this time.
I'll wait till you're done.
Thank you. The removal of doctors from this equation and simply allowing pharmacists to do this through rules at the pharmacy board, in my view, makes no sense. Because risks of use of any prescription drug, including ivermectin, have side effects when combined with other drugs. A pharmacist likely will not know that. A doctor will absolutely know that. And you can throw up your hands, Ms. Pink. But that is the absolute truth. A doctor will know what drugs you're taking and know if ivermectin has side effects with that drug. A pharmacist may not. And it is irresponsible of this legislature to simply defer to pharmacists who are, in many ways, no more than pill counters. They count the pills and make sure that the pills you are getting from a prescription are correct. Yes, they administer COVID vaccines by way of example. Yes, they can provide you with general information, but they are not doctors. And I'm wondering why this bill does not call for rules made by the medical board that oversees doctors, but instead is placed over with the pharmaceutical board that oversees pharmacists. And members, I think we are setting a very dangerous precedent. I think removing doctors from the equation, from the ability to prescribe this drug that will have side effects and other interactions with other drugs, is a dangerous precedent. And again, I will reiterate that no medical association recommends selling ivermectin over the counter. Zero, none, nada. Because we're increasing risks to public health by removing doctors, I think the Darwin Award title is aptly placed.
Mr.
Riddell, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
With great pleasure.
The gentleman
Thanks, sir.
yields.
I've got start off with 3 questions. One is, are you saying that your constituents that use ivermectin are idiots?
Did you hear me in my...
Yes.
Because I think this is an easy answer. I
did hear you do that.
Hold on. Did you hear me use the word idiot?
Yeah, you said those who self-deject themselves from society.
I'm sorry. Did you hear me use the word idiot?
Paraphrase, yes.
No, I did not. So the answer to your first question is...
Well, you know you said it.
The answer to your first question is emphatically no.
So you don't think people, your constituents, are idiots for choosing to use ivermectin?
I don't think my constituents are idiots, period.
Okay, well, it sounds like you said that earlier. So next question.
No, I think you just simply either misheard it or gratuitously misconstrued that.
Yep, let's go to the next question.
I agree.
Is it true that you have advocated for minors to have access to abortion pills without oversight?
Nothing to do with this bill.
But it is, isn't it?
Nope.
So you're against ivermectin, but you're for that, just
Nope.
to be fair.
Nope.
So
That too is a mischaracterization of my statements.
So you're against minors being able to have access to abortion pills?
Members, confine your remarks to the subject matter of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was
All
confused
right.
by the line of questioning.
Question withdrawn on that. Next one, is it true you've supported hormone blockers for adolescents, but you're against this?
Also, nothing to do with this bill. So if you want to ask me questions about the amendment, happy to answer them.
So you're not willing to answer the questions. Thank you.
I think it's just not a relevant question.
Copy that.
I appreciate you.
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, Congressman Toth.
The gentleman yields.
That's cute.
So are you.
No, that's a misstatement. Okay, are you familiar with the Henry Ford study on therapeutics during the COVID era in 2020?
Did you say Henry Ford?
The Henry Ford Clinic in Dearborn, Michigan.
The Henry Ford Clinic? No, I am not.
2,500 people were looked at retrospectively for use of therapeutics.
By whom?
By the health system.
But it was by physicians, correct?
By physicians in the Henry
by
Ford
doctors.
Clinic. Right.
Yes. Okay.
Correct. And it was a retrospective study, meaning they looked back at people that had used therapeutics, some that were given those therapeutics the day they died, some that were given early on. All in all, there was a 50% reduction in the mortality rate at the end of it. The Henry Ford Clinic then asked the Food and Drug Administration, can we do a full-blown study, double-blind study? Do you know what the FDA said?
No.
That's correct. They said no. They would not let them do a full-blown study.
I'm glad, Mr. Toth, that you agree with me that when you're studying or when you're treating patients, that doctors, not pharmacists, but doctors should be in charge.
Doctors are not in charge, though, Mr.
And so
Nchia,
just really
that's the point.
quickly, doctors are in charge at the FDA. Doctors are in charge in the double-blind test at the Henry Ford Clinic. Doctors are in charge.
Doctors have been denied, Mr. Nchia. Don't you understand? Doctors have been denied the
I'd like
ability
to
do a double-blind study. You're conflating what I'm saying.
I'd like
You're
to finish.
conflating what the study shows.
Members, please refrain from speaking over each other so that the rest of the body can hear your responses and questions.
Thank you, Mr. Toth. I'd like to finish my answer, if that's okay.
You bet.
Okay. So doctors were in charge of, I think you even said that doctors were in charge of that very study
Gentleman's
related.
time has expired.
Can we have an extension?
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the gentleman's time is extended.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Toth, I'll finish my answer. My point in answering your question was that doctors are involved currently in the trials that you were discussing. Doctors are involved on the medical teams at the FDA, and doctors currently in the state of Texas are involved in prescribing ivermectin for human use. That is not the question today, right? Doctors currently in the state of Texas can prescribe this to their patients if they think there's medical efficacy. What this bill does, it says, no, we're going to allow people, we're going to take the doctors out of the equation. We're going to allow people just to go to a pharmacist. Pharmacists are not trained to do this type of work. They do not know what other drugs people are taking, right? They do not know, and they don't know what the side effects are. So that's my point. That's my point, that this is dangerous, because you're removing doctors from the equation.
So for clarification from what you just said, so that I understand fully,
Yes.
you're making the statement that pharmacists are not qualified, but doctors are.
Doctors, what my statement, just to be clear, is doctors are far more qualified than pharmacists to dispense ivermectin.
So do you understand that we would not be here today if pharmacists across the state of Texas were filling prescriptions that doctors were making on a regular basis, and they were refusing to fulfill fill those prescriptions? You don't understand that?
You're going to have to explain that to me
You
again.
may want to talk to Dr. Oliverson about that, and he'll tell you.
You're going to have to
That's
explain
one of the
that.
problems.
So
Scripts
two,
were
two
written.
things. Two things.
Let me finish.
Yeah.
Scripts were written for people to take ivermectin
From?
and pharmacists by doctors
Uh-huh.
in Texas locally, and pharmacists refuse to fill them. Ask Dr. Oliverson
And
about
why
it. He'll
is
tell
that?
you about that.
And what is the reasoning behind that?
Because they're not qualified. You recently said that. You earlier said that
I'm
pharmacists
sorry.
are not qualified to make these judgments.
I think, so a doctor who has prescribed ivermectin for their patient, right? A pharmacist is refusing to fill the prescription, and what reasons are they giving?
Because they're ignorant. They don't give prescription. They don't give explanations.
So the
I mean, you recently just said it. You said pharmacists are not qualified.
So they're not qualified to prescribe, certainly.
Correct.
Right. Doctors, what I said, are more qualified than pharmacists to prescribe ivermectin and
Right.
understand what the reactions are to this medicine. So what I didn't understand from your statement is who is ignorant in this case? Is it the pharmacists themselves?
The
Okay.
pharmacists.
So you say pharmacists are ignorant, yet you want them to be able to dispense ivermectin over the counter. I just want to understand what you just said. You said pharmacists are ignorant, yet you want them to dispense this ivermectin. Did I hear that right?
Doctors
Did
are
I-
being foiled by pharmacists. You can't have it both ways.
No.
At one
I'm
point
just
you
trying to
wanna-
repeat
At one
to
point you want
you-
to say that
I'm just trying to repeat to you what I thought I just
I'm-
heard from you. That
Members, please refrain from speaking over each other.
Thank
I
you,
guess
Mr.
you made
Speaker.
the
That
point.
doctors,
you made the point, Mr. Anchia, that pharmacists weren't qualified to be able to dispense this.
I'll
And
repeat it again. I'll repeat it again. Pharmacists are less qualified than doctors to do this.
And yet, when doctors prescribe it, pharmacists won't fill it.
And is that every pharmacist across the state? I'm sorry. I
It's been
guess
enough
I
that-
would need some data to verify. Do you have data to suggest that pharmacists across the state, on a blanket basis, are not filling this prescription?
I would encourage you to talk with Dr. Oliverson and other doctors that have told me that we would not be here today if it wasn't for the fact that pharmacists won't fill prescriptions.
So is it your assertion that zero pharmacists in this state are filling prescriptions
Of
for
course, we're not saying.
ivermectin?
Of course, we're not saying zero over the fact
What
that
percentage then? I would ask you, because anecdote is nice, but what percentage of pharmacists are not filling prescriptions for ivermectin?
we wouldn't be here today if this was if they were being readily filled. But let's move on to the next
No.
question.
I mean, I think that's irrelevant. Before you make that statement, what data are you relying on other than maybe an anecdotal conversation?
Mr. Anchia, if it's more than one, it's too many because people are being denied the ability to receive treatment.
Okay, is it more than one?
Of course, it's more than one.
Is it more than 10?
Of course, it is.
Is it more than 100?
Mr. Anchia, I actually called multiple pharmacists in my area for people that were looking to get hydroxychloroquine or ivermectin that was prescribed by a doctor, and I could not find anyone in the Woodlands to fill a prescription.
How many did you call?
Maybe a dozen.
Okay, okay.
One more question, Mr. Anchia.
Sure.
Are you familiar with Dr. Mary Bowden?
No.
She's treated over 6,000 people with ivermectin.
But she's a doctor.
She is a doctor. But
That's what I'm saying.
But the Texas
You're making my point.
The Texas Medical Board is.
You are making my point.
You
If
are
she's a
making my
doctor,
point, but the
if
Texas
she's a
Medical
doctor,
Board.
I'm saying keep it in the doctors.
Members,
But the
the
Texas
member
Medical.
at the back mic may ask questions. The member at the front mic may answer the question.
But the Texas Medical Board has been trying to put her out of business, has been trying to take her license away. Do you think that's right?
That's the Texas Medical Board. I have no idea what their reason is. Why they're trying to take her license away.
She's treated over 6,000 people with ivermectin.
And she's a doctor.
She is a doctor.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
For what purpose?
does the gentleman yield for questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
With great pleasure.
The
Thank
gentleman
you so
yields.
much. Would you, have you looked at the co-author list on this bill, sir?
No.
Did you know that a doctor, actually a neurosurgeon, co-authored this bill?
And I don't understand the point.
Well, the point is you're asking for your basis about doctors, and I'm telling you a veterinarian, an anesthesiologist, and a brain surgeon on the House floor co-authored this bill.
And so did a salon owner. But I'm not trying to understand your point.
Well, you're barking about doctors know best. They co-authored the bill, sir.
What I'm pointing out, and I'll repeat it for you since you missed it. No major mainstream medical group have recommended that ivermectin be sold over the counter. In fact, leading organizations like the American Medical Association, the American Pharmacists Organization, and the American Society of Health System Pharmacists have all opposed it. So whether a salon owner or a doctor on this House floor is a co-author is immaterial to that observation.
So do you have constituents in your area that cannot afford to go to a doctor?
I imagine, yes, I do, certainly.
And so are you denying them the right to go to the pharmacy directly and get care for themselves that they feel will help them?
No, in fact, what I do is fight for expanded health care so that they can go. Stuff that you vote against. Stuff that you vote against.
So
you deny my constituents that. So don't be coming at me saying that my constituents can't do it.
No, all I'm hearing is an individual knows what's right for them, and they want to decide what medicine they take, and you're denying them that.
I appreciate that non-question.
Ms. Jones, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields.
Isn't it true that in Texas, only licensed doctors and in limited cases, nurse practitioners and physician's assistants can actually write a prescription?
That is correct.
Isn't it true that the role of pharmacists is to fill prescriptions, not to write them?
Can you repeat your question?
Isn't it true that the role of pharmacists is to fill prescriptions, not to write them?
Oh, absolutely.
So if this bill allows people to walk into a pharmacy and demand ivermectin without a doctor's prescription, then what we're really doing is letting pharmacists act like doctors?
We're allowing people to go around doctors in this case for ivermectin, and no medical group suggests that that is the right course of action.
But isn't it also true that pharmacists are not allowed to diagnose illness and prescribe medication?
Yes.
And isn't the whole point of medical school is that doctors spend years training to evaluate patients and determine what medication is safe and effective?
Doctors are trained for this. Doctors prepare for this, especially family physicians, PCPs. They understand what drugs you are taking, and they understand the interaction of those drugs with ivermectin, and they should be the people making the prescriptions.
So how is it safe or responsible to turn a pharmacist's counter into a doctor's office without the proper training, without patient history, and without the
Gentleman's
medical
time has
examination?
expired.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson in opposition to the amendment. Members, please confine your remarks to the content of the amendment before the body.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, you know, I have a lot of respect for my colleague, Representative Anchia. However, I am somewhat offended by this amendment and the content of it. But mainly, I wanted to speak against it just so that I could clear up some things that were said. The whole reason why this bill is an issue, why it is before this body, is because it is a known fact that across this state, prescriptions for ivermectin, specifically written validly by a licensed physician in this state, that a pharmacist has unilaterally decided to take it upon themselves to practice medicine and not fill that prescription. And so that's how we got to where we are. I will tell you that this drug has a very good safety record and a very good safety profile. There are other medications that are available over the counter, such as famotidine and pantoprazole, which have far more drug-drug interactions and side effects than this does. And I believe we are doing no harm today by passing this legislation, and we are addressing a wrong which has been perpetrated against the medical community, which is the unwillingness to follow a doctor's advice and a doctor's treatment plan with regards to a prescription that is being prescribed for a valid, albeit off-label use to treat a medical condition for which there is evidence to show treatment is beneficial.
Mr. Frank, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I yield for questions.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you. Dr. Oliverson, I appreciate you being up here today. So, is ivermectin a FDA-approved drug?
Yes.
Is it legal for doctors such as yourself or others to write what is called off-label? So you have an FDA-approved drug that is safe and legal to use for certain things. Are doctors able to write a prescription, and always have been able to, or for as long as I know, to write that for other things that are not on label? So you have that authority, right?
100%.
Okay, so that has always been that authority, and the problem that has happened with the pharmacists that our colleague says is trained significantly less than doctors. So my understanding is what happened is you had doctors that were taking care of patients that wrote a legal off-label prescription, and the pharmacists decided not to fulfill that. Is that what you see happening?
Unfortunately, that happens every dang
So
day
the doctor
in this
and the
state.
patient both want it. The doctor that our colleague, Representative Anchia, says is so smart, the doctor wrote it, but the pharmacist decided, even though it was legal by the FDA and it was legal, is that what happened?
That is, and I want to add to that and amplify that and just point out that the entire reason why that is the case has nothing to do with the science.
Right.
It's about the politics of the medicine, which should never be a part of practicing medicine, but unfortunately, here we are.
Well, let's talk about the science, and I think you are right. This has been used for 50 years all around. I mean, it's been used all around the world, so the safety is without question. But let me ask you this. For people that are against this, the pharmacist groups, how much, I just happened to get COVID and took Paxlovid. Do you know what the cash price at Walmart for Paxlovid is?
I do not.
$1,700. I thought it was a typo. So if I'm a pharmacist industry, would I rather sell Paxlovid at $1,700, or would I rather sell something else?
I mean, I think, you got mouths to feed, you got a business to run. I don't want to impute that all those decisions are financial decisions, but I think it makes financial sense to do what keeps the lights on.
Yeah. All right. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Representative.
Mr. Speaker,
For what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for a question?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I would gladly yield to my colleague from Harris County.
Thank you,
gentleman
Dr. Oliverson. Thank you. So it's been asserted multiple times during this exchange, during this debate, that that pharmacists purportedly are refusing to fulfill the prescription.
Yeah, I think there's ample evidence to say that that's factual.
Is that the subject of this bill, sir, about requiring
The
pharmacists
subject
to
of this
fulfill
bill
the
is to
prescription?
make this particular medication, which is a medication with a good safety track record and very low side effects or adverse reactions, available over the counter, just as we have with other medications that have far more drug-drug interactions like ranitidine, famotidine, pantoprazole, and the like.
Thank you for your detailed answer. Also, does any of that have anything to do with the subject of this amendment?
Well, it has to, from the standpoint of, as I was not prepared to speak in opposition to this amendment until I heard the author's explanation for why he felt the amendment was necessary, and I realized that, quite frankly, his assertions were incorrect based on my own personal experience as a physician, and I felt like I needed to set the record straight.
So once again, what is the subject of the amendment? Isn't it just to rename that bill?
Yes, yeah.
Thank you.
I think to call it the Darwin Award bill or something stupid like that.
Speaker,
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
would the gentleman yield for
Will the
questions?
gentleman yield for questions?
I will yield to my other colleague from Harris County.
The
Sure.
gentleman yields.
Thank you. Dr. Robertson, ivermectin is a anti-parasitic medicine, correct?
That is what it is currently FDA approved for.
And it is a medicine that works by disrupting the nervous system of lower level invertebrates, mainly worms, correct?
That is the belief, the current understanding of its mechanism of action, yes.
The medicine is...
The members will confine the remarks to the amendment. The chair would remind the members that the amendment is solely limited to the name of this act.
To get to the determination of whether the name is correct, I have to ask questions. Thank you. The medicine, as you just discussed, is FDA approved for prescription dispensing, correct?
Correct.
It is not approved for over-the-counter usage, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. This bill itself is to bypass that and make it over-the-counter.
Yes.
Okay. Earlier you said that we want to be able to use it for off-label uses. Are you aware, other than anti-parasitic treatments, are you aware of any verified off-label use that has been affirmed by any kind of peer-reviewed study?
I think there is literature out there supporting its use for COVID. Whether you would consider that to be peer-reviewed of the highest quality, I don't know exactly if there's a randomized, controlled, double-blinded,
Sure.
study on that or not. But I believe that there is a great number of physicians in this country that believe it's highly efficacious for that purpose.
Because I would counter to the reports that I've seen that said ivermectin had basically no use in treating COVID-19 because it's an anti-parasitic, not an antiviral.
Yeah, I don't think we fully understand the benefits of this particular medication. And it's not unheard of that you develop a medication for a specific purpose only to find out later that it also has benefits for other purposes. That happens all the time.
But before we take what is a controlled substance of some kind.
This is not a controlled substance.
I get it, but a substance that is controlled, that's usage is controlled for safety reasons. Fair? That right now it's a prescription-only medication.
A prescription-only medication,
Okay.
yes, sir.
And until we figure out the benefits, wouldn't the wiser course of action be to not let people use it over the counter until we know both what the benefits and the dangers are?
I think the belief is that we have reached that point, but for political reasons, we haven't pulled the trigger on that.
Well, if you say we've reached that point, tell me the benefits, because all the research that I've looked over, all the white papers and journal reports and summaries of journals say that there is zero evidence to suggest that ivermectin has any effect on viral issues other than statistical anomalies.
I think I would quibble with your assertion that there is zero evidence. I believe there is evidence that shows that it reduces morbidity and
The gentleman's
mortality.
time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Move to table.
Wait.
All right, recognize me to speak against. All right, I'm speaking against.
All right, back up, members. The chair recognizes Ms. Schaffner to speak against the amendment.
Though I appreciate my desk neighbor, I vehemently oppose this amendment. Not today, Satan. I move to table.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Anchia, for what
Will the
purpose?
gentlelady
Will
yield
the
for
lady
questions?
yield for questions? She has no. The lady has already moved to table. The chair recognizes Mr. Anchia to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I really lament the fact that the movement did not want to take questions, because it'd be very clear at this point how irresponsible this bill is. Because what came out in our very erudite dialogue was that this is not the least best solution to solve the problem. Because what we heard was, and I'll take Representative Toth at his word, was that there are some, and he couldn't tell us how many, some pharmacists who were not filling the prescription. Well, what is the proper policy response to that? To say pharmacists shall fill prescriptions. And that can be done today, without this legislation, at the pharmacy board. It doesn't require this bananas bill, this crackpot piece of legislation, and the name that I'm putting on it is worthy of its subject matter. Because if this was really about pharmacists not filling prescriptions for ivermectin, as has been alleged, then the bill would say something like, you shall fill prescriptions. But we're taking it a step farther. We're saying, no, we want it to be over the counter. And while Dr. Oliverson says it's political, he's absolutely right. But this solution is political. This body is being political with science. This body is being political with medicine. So he's absolutely right, but for the wrong reasons. Because the least best solution would be when doctors duly prescribe ivermectin, pharmacists shall fill the prescription. Problem solved. And I will reiterate, and the reason I've chosen this illustrious title for this act, named after Charles Darwin, is that, again, no major mainstream medical group has recommended that ivermectin be sold over the counter. And I don't care if you're a salon owner or an anesthesiologist or a brain surgeon. We are putting our judgment in front of boards and association of people who have been training their entire lives on this very subject. And we think somehow that we know better than them. And that, to use a parlance from medicine, is malpractice. That is legislative malpractice. So, members, I ask that you please support this well thought out, straightforward, shortened to the point amendment. Because what we're doing is irresponsible. And you may think you're owning the libs, but you're hurting Texans. And people will suffer adverse consequences from passage of this bill.
Mr.
So with
Speaker.
that, members, I urge you to vote against the motion to table.
Ms. Garcia Hernandez, for what purpose?
Yes. Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields.
Representative Anchia, are you aware that, in fact, individuals can go to the feed store and get ivermectin?
Did you say feed, F-E-E-D? Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Speaker.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Money, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions about his amendment?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields.
The Darwin Award is something I'm very familiar with. I'm not a boomer, like you talked about. It's people who self-select themselves out of the gene pool.
Correct.
I think you said.
Well,
do you
I'll
know?
say it specifically. The Darwin Awards salute the improvement of the human genome by honoring those who accidentally remove themselves from it, and this is the important part, in a spectacular manner.
Beautiful. Okay. You're data driven. You got on to Mr. Toth earlier for not having data. How many of the billions of doses of ivermectin, how many people have removed themselves from the gene pool by taking ivermectin?
I will tell you that the Mayo Clinic, which I think is a respected organization, has warned that before using ivermectin, a doctor should be in control with, and decisions should be made with their patients, because there are a number of different factors in using.
So you don't, you're not answering my question, Mr. Anchia.
Hold on. I'd like to finish my answer. Is that okay?
I will let you finish your answer.
Thank you.
Is it my question?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. So before using ivermectin, and this is really important, the risks, and this is according to the Mayo Clinic, the risks of taking the medicine must be weighed against the good it will do. This is a decision, this is their advice, you and your doctor will make, and here are the variables that they identify. Whether you have allergies to the medicine or to other things like food dyes, preservatives, etc. Whether it's a pediatric situation, whether it's a geriatric situation, whether a woman is breastfeeding or is pregnant, and importantly, other drug interactions. Because although certain medicines should not be used together at all, two different medicines may be used together if an interaction might occur. Okay? In these cases, the doctor, this is important, the doctor may want to either change the dosage or take other precautions in prescriptions as necessary. Okay? That is the answer.
So you don't have any data saying that people have removed themselves from the gene pool in spectacular fashion by taking ivermectin?
Well,
has
no,
anyone?
that's not true. That's not true. That's not true.
Let me ask. Let me ask my question.
I believe.
I made a statement, and you're arguing.
Well, no. I think you made a statement, right?
I made a statement. Now I have a question.
Okay. So I disagree with your statement.
Okay. Do you have any data of people who have been sterilized and not able to reproduce based on taking ivermectin?
I never made that assertion. Never claimed that people have been sterilized. Have no idea how that's relevant to my commentary.
Because the Darwin Awards is for people who have been sterilized or kill themselves. They remove themselves from the gene pool. I'm very familiar with the Darwin Awards.
I didn't refer to sterilization at any point during my comments. Not sure how it's relevant.
Okay. In the definition of the Darwin Awards. Okay, so do you
nor did I say that in the definition of the Darwin Awards.
Do you have any data of how many people died? How else can you remove yourself from the gene pool?
I do have data. There are a number of people who took ivermectin outside of a doctor's prescription that have died. Dozens.
Okay.
Dozens.
Out of billions of doses.
When they overdosed on ivermectin, whether it was used for animals or otherwise, outside of a doctor's prescription, there have been deaths.
Yeah.
So the answer is yes, there have been deaths when you remove the doctor from the equation, which is what this bill does.
But you don't have data. You have some anecdotal dozens.
It's widespread.
Out of
it's
billions.
reporting. It's reporting. You can read it. You can do a simple Google search.
I'm just holding you to the same standard that you held Mr. Toth to, and I thank you for your time.
I thank you for your time.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for some
Will the
questions?
gentleman yield for questions?
With pleasure.
The gentleman yields.
Representative Anchia, have you heard of a gentleman by the name of Caleb Wallace?
I can't say that I have.
Caleb Wallace lived in Abilene, Texas, and he was anti many of our government actions regarding COVID. Unfortunately, when he came down with COVID in the summer of 2021, he tried to treat his COVID with vitamin C, zinc, aspirin, and ivermectin. Would it surprise you to know that he died at age 30 of COVID with that treatment regimen?
It's incredibly sad, and you've given me an idea Mr. Speaker, will you allow me to do an amendment to this amendment to name this act after this person who passed away? Because I appreciate you shouting him out today, R.I.P. It's always sad when that happens, and I fear it's going to
The
happen
gentleman's
more.
time has expired. Mr. Anchia sends up an amendment. Ms. Schaffner moves to table. The question is on the motion to table. If you're in favor of the amendment, vote no on the motion to table. If you're opposed to the amendment, vote yes on the motion to table. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Members, I will give you time to get to your desks. Show Ms. Schaffner voting aye. Show Ms. Collier voting nay. Have all voted? Have all voted? There being 86 ayes, 51 nays, the motion to table prevails. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Zwiener.
The chair recognizes Ms. Weiner to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Little, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of the Zwiener amendment under Rule 11, Section 2. The amendment's not germane.
Please bring your point of order down front. Point of order is withdrawn. Chair recognizes Ms. Weiner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. As I begin to lay out this amendment, I want to come back to me and Representative Anchia's conversation about Caleb Wallace. He was a 30-year-old man who died of COVID-19 while treating himself for ivermectin. And he left behind a wife and children. And he died because of misinformation that was being pushed. You know, if y'all remember back to 2020, that was a chaotic time, and there were a lot of treatments that were experimented with. Ivermectin was one of them. There were also others like hydroxychloroquine. There were, I'm not even gonna remember all of them, y'all, but our doctors experimented with different treatments and saw what worked and what didn't. And a study from the Duke Clinical Institute found
Mr. Speaker.
in a
Mr. Frank, for what purpose?
Does the gentlelady yield?
Will the lady yield for questions?
Not at this time.
Not at this time.
A study from the Duke Clinical Institute found in a double-blind study that there was no difference for patients treated for COVID-19 with a placebo and patients treated with ivermectin. And members, double-blind studies are the gold standard because confirmation bias can't come into play. So members, what my amendment does is pretty straightforward. It says that if you are a pharmacist and you decide to advertise ivermectin, the protective liability provisions in this bill don't apply to you. It says that if you advertise, you put up a sign that says, my ivermectin is going to cure your cancer, and somebody doesn't go to an oncologist and instead comes to get ivermectin and you die because of it, that you can be held liable under the laws of this state. So if we're going to value and respect the lives of Texans, we should have liability language like this. And I really want to thank Representative Luther because this is language I borrowed from her bill about liability for vaccine manufacturers. And if we think vaccine manufacturers who advertise vaccines should therefore be held liable for adverse effects, why would we not apply the same rule to ivermectin? So if the proponents of this bill are so confident that ivermectin will never harm a single Texan, they should accept this amendment right now so that we can protect Texans and make sure they have access to the courthouse if they are killed by fraudsters pushing disproven treatments. And with
Mr.
that,
Speaker.
Mr. Frank, for what purpose?
Does the gentlelady yield?
Will the lady yield?
I do.
The lady
Okay,
yields
so
for questions.
you mentioned one anecdote or one story of one person that you claim died because of COVID, and in this case it happened to be, not of all the millions of people that died, but in this one case it happened to be because he died because of a drug he took. It seems to be your argument. So how do you assign the blame to the drug he took under doctor's orders, I presume?
To be clear, Representative Frank, I don't believe under doctor's orders, and what I'm relating to you about the story of Caleb Wallace was well reported, and the details came from his wife, Jessica Wallace. He also delayed going to the hospital. There's a number of factors, but he, at least in part, he lost a chance to live.
But you would acknowledge...
He did it, because he did not seek medical treatment and instead relied on these, quite frankly, conspiracy theories that are here to enrich the people who are selling ivermectin or whatever else you want to mention is the new cure-all.
We're really going to start on conspiracy theories given some of the theories that came out of the FDA in terms of where this came from? I mean, with some of the misinformation, when we talk misinformation, literally our own government said, no, it couldn't have come from the coronavirus lab. That's what they told us.
I'm not sure how this is relevant to the bill,
Well, it
Representative
has to
Frank.
do with misinformation, and you said the word conspiracy theory. You said the word conspiracy theory as opposed to people actually trying, doctors actually trying to come up with an answer. You're saying conspiracy theory, which makes it sound very malevolent, like everybody was searching for answers during COVID. Would you agree with that?
I absolutely agree with that. And Representative
Okay.
Frank, I have
So everyone would
Zero.
agree with that in
I'm
in
going to
both the
finish my
establishment.
answer if you don't mind, sir.
Yes,
I
absolutely.
have zero issue with the doctors who, on slim evidence, tried different treatments. And ivermectin was one of the treatments they tried. It was not a successful treatment. What I have zero patience for are the people who, with double-blind studies, sitting there in the wings, telling us exactly what we need to know about ivermectin, are still pushing the idea that it's this magic cure-all. There is no magic cure-all. It's not CBD, it's not ivermectin, it's not hydroxychloroquine. None of these are cure-alls.
There's quite a bit more money.
Have specific treatments.
There is quite a bit more money in the double-blind
Medications
studies.
can treat specific diseases, and I am fine with doctors doing off-label use as they are allowed to under current law. What I am not okay with is us basically creating a pathway for people to go profit off this misinformation outside of the medical sphere, and I don't think a single person on the floor should be okay
Well,
with that.
when you talk profit, I assure you, there is significantly less profit in an over-the-counter drug like ivermectin than there is in a $1,700 per dose drug that has got all those double-blind studies that supposedly work. Thanks.
The good news is Paxlovid actually works to treat COVID and ivermectin does not. And it is a miracle drug. Ivermectin treats parasites incredibly effectively. I know this, y'all. I give it to my horses several times a year, and it has made a huge difference in developing countries to treat parasites. And if there was evidence that it treated COVID or it treated cancer, y'all, I would be here with bells on. We do not have that evidence. There is negative evidence that it treats COVID. We have conclusive evidence that it does not work. And the cancer studies are very preliminary, and we should allow them to continue instead of funneling people to go around their medical providers and seek treatment. So if we are going to have pharmacists trying to push this medication, whatever their special dose is, onto folks in order to make money, they should be liable if those people die. I don't think that should be controversial.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Collier, for what purpose?
will the gentlelady yield for questions?
Will the gentlelady yield?
I will.
Representative Zwiener, are you aware that the National Institute of Health has said that there is no evidence to suggest that ivermectin is suitable to treat COVID?
I am aware of that, and I'm aware that the Mayo Clinic has said exactly the same thing.
Are you aware that the Food and Drug Administration, the U.S. Food and Drug Administration, has issued a statement that said there's no evidence to suggest that ivermectin is suitable to treat COVID?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Are you aware that the World Health Organization has not issued any information, has not suggested, or has suggested that there's no, let me repeat that, I got ahead of myself. Are you aware that the World Health Organization has suggested that there's no evidence to support ivermectin suitable to treat COVID-19?
I am.
And earlier you were talking about how, and these are the major health organizations, is that right?
That's correct.
And not one of them has connected ivermectin as being a suitable treatment for COVID.
That's correct. There were early studies in 2020. They did not find ivermectin to be effective, but it caught on social media, and here we are acting like ivermectin does everything under the sun. And y'all, that's just not the way medications work. They treat specific problems.
And so in terms of your amendment, we heard from the bill author that other states have passed legislation. However, I will also raise the point that Arkansas, which is one of those states, they did not have any immunity provision in there, so they have a consumer protection that allows the consumer to seek recourse in the court, in the licensing realm, and criminal. So there is nothing, it doesn't go to this extent that Texas is proposing in terms of liability. And your amendment would restore consumer rights and liability protections. Is that right?
That is right, and I'm glad to hear Arkansas was more cautious. Y'all, we have things like the Deceptive Trade Practices Act that are here to deal with fraudsters, and this bill, the way it's currently written, is cutting off Deceptive Trade Practice Act claims at the knees and allowing fraudsters to lie to our constituents.
And the same thing for Idaho, which is another state that has provided that ivermectin be over the counter. They still have a consumer protection provision that allows the consumer to seek legal recourse, which is what your amendment is doing, correct?
My amendment is reopening that consumer protection pathway. And again, y'all, this is language I adapted from Representative Luther's bill on vaccines. If you supported that bill, I am real confused that you won't be voting for this amendment.
And then let's go with Tennessee, the other state that also allows it for be over the counter. They say that a consumer can sue for gross negligence and other strict liability claims, which is what you're just trying to provide for Texas.
Yeah, I'm trying to allow our normal defective products claims and our normal deceptive trade practice claims to continue in the circumstances where somebody is advertising.
The gentlelady's
ivermectin.
time has expired.
Please vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Schaffner to speak in opposition to the amendment.
I move to table.
Chair recognizes Ms. Zwiener to close.
I'm very confused that Representative Schaffner is moving to table this amendment with no explanation, since she earlier on the floor today talked about Representative Luther's legislation on vaccine liability. This language is adapted from that bill. If you believe that consumers should have the opportunity to seek redress for being harmed by pharmaceuticals, whether they're vaccines or medication, you should support my amendment. Texans who die because they are lied to by somebody trying to sell them snake oil deserve their day in court. Please vote no on the motion to table.
Ms. Wiener sends up an amendment. Ms. Schaffner moves to table. The question is on the motion to table. If you're in favor of the amendment, vote no on the motion to table. If you're opposed to the amendment, vote yes on the motion to table. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Schaffner voting aye. Show Ms. Luther voting aye. Show Ms. Bowers voting nay. Show Mr. Schatzline voting aye. Have all voted? Have all voted? There being 83 ayes, 52 nays, the motion to table prevails. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Collier.
The chair recognizes Ms. Collier to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we heard from the bill author that in terms of the immunity for our pharmacists, there is carte blanche immunity. This is unfettered freedom, authority for the pharmacist to dispense this medication without any type of consequences. That's what this bill is doing. And I don't know of any drug or provision in our state law that gives this type of immunity where they don't have any consequences for their actions. This is dangerous. What we're about to do is going to open up the floodgates in terms of being able to excuse any type of act of a healthcare professional or of any profession. Because if you start there, then everybody's going to ask for it. And so we've got to be careful. What this does is says that when the rules are being formulated, the Texas Board of Pharmacy would require the pharmacist to document the information that supports their reasonably prudent decision or action. That's all. Because if the consumer has a claim against the pharmacist, they want to be able to prove it up, and the pharmacy needs to be able to back their decision up. So how are they going to do that if they don't have any evidence of it? So I know she was talking about tracking, but how would a pharmacist defend their decision if they don't have any documentation. And I know in court you have to prove up your defense. You have to defend your actions. And how would they do that if they have nothing in writing about it? And so that's what this amendment does, is to ensure that there's proof of the actions of the pharmacists.
Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Verdell, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for one?
Will the lady yield for questions?
1 second. Let me just say this other thing. I want to repeat this
Not
part
at this
about
time.
Arkansas. There's no provision in Arkansas that would give the pharmacists this type of unfettered authority to dispense a medication. There's nothing in Idaho that provides this complete immunity that we're seeing in this bill. And Tennessee actually has a safety net that says that the pharmacist could be held liable for gross negligence, which is even something that we should do here. But since the Texas Board of Pharmacy is going to be the one that sets the rules, then we can instruct them to do that, is to require the pharmacist to keep a record of what they did. So now I will yield, yes.
Thank you, Representative.
Mr. Verdell, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for
Will the lady
question?
yield for questions?
Yes.
The lady yields.
Thank you, Ms. Collier. Just wanted to ask this, looking at the amendment, my understanding of the bill, and I just want to ask you if this is your understanding of the bill, that this bill does not force a pharmacy to sell ivermectin OTC. It would be voluntary by that pharmacy to do so.
Well, I'm not sure. It's an authorization, so I guess if that's how you read it.
Yep, my understanding is that a pharmacy can choose not to participate in this. This is not forcing a pharmacy to sell it OTC.
Well, maybe we need to make sure that that's clear, because you raise another good point. Can a pharmacist refuse? Because the rules haven't been written. I don't know. Maybe you should ask that to the bill author.
All right, thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
And with that, I move adoption.
Chair recognizes Ms. Schaffner in opposition.
Thank you. We are not going to track our Texans. I move to table.
Mr. Speaker, would the author yield for a question?
She has already moved to table.
Okay.
Chair recognizes Ms. Collier to close on the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, would the gentlelady...
Mr. Manuel, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield, please?
Will the lady yield for questions?
Yes.
The lady yields.
I was just listening to what you were just saying. So are you saying that under this bill, it's not clear if we're protecting pharmacists who would choose not to sell this? Or are we, because it's vague, so we could be forcing pharmacies to sell something if they choose not to?
Yes, that is correct. And the way the bill is written, it just says it authorizes it. So it doesn't say that a pharmacist can refuse. And so it sounds like under the bill, and we'll have to get clarification once the bill author comes up, that every pharmacist is required to dispense ivermectin over the counter.
And do you know what the penalty could be if someone chooses not to carry it?
I don't know. I suppose, well, you know what? There probably will be no penalty because there's no professional disciplinary action that can be taken. There's nothing about civil or criminal liability. So I just don't know what could happen with this in terms of the pharmacist who refuses to dispense ivermectin. I suppose that would need to be clarified in the rules that would specifically say that the pharmacist is not obligated to dispense. Because when you think about when they are dispensing, you want to make sure you know their weight, their health history, and what other medications they're on, because maybe they should not be, maybe they should not receive ivermectin. And so that would not be reasonably prudent to give it to somebody that's on warfarin. Warfarin, it's that blood thinner drug.
Right.
So that's already in known drug interaction. So if the person is taking that and they also go get ivermectin, that could be a contradiction that could cause harm to that person. And if the pharmacist decides that they're not going to dispense it, who has a claim? Does the consumer have a claim because they wouldn't get the drug?
Okay, you answered a question I was going to ask. So currently, right now, a pharmacist could say, I'm not going to sell you this because it could cause harm to you or death. And we could be putting a pharmacist in a situation where if they don't basically sell something that could harm or kill one of their customers, it could cause them a penalty. We just don't know because what could be in that phase. And your amendment is simply trying to say, let's just make sure that we're covering pharmacists who are just doing their job. That's what I'm trying to understand.
Well, absolutely, because you brought up the inverse of my argument too. Because if the pharmacist refuses to dispense ivermectin and that consumer who wanted to purchase it is denied, what recourse do they have? They won't, and then the pharmacist wouldn't have anything to justify their decision not to dispense the medication. Like there wouldn't be a record of the fact that the person may not have the age, the health, or maybe they have a drug interaction that's a negative. The pharmacist wouldn't have anything on record to support that, and so the consumer would just make a bunch of claims, and the pharmacist would not have any evidence to defend themselves. So it can go both ways. This argument for the need of maintaining a record could go both ways. And also, when we're talking about drug interactions, by having this medication dispensed behind the counter or over the counter, more people will be taking it for off-label use. And there could be more adverse reactions that we're not aware of. And we won't have any data or anything that would point to where this drug was dispensed, what manufacturer developed the drug. There won't be anything on record to prove that. And so we're walking down a dangerous path by doing it this way. And we just got to be careful. I know that people want something, but let's do it decently and in order.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I appreciate that explanation. That's what I was trying to understand. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Garcia Hernandez, for what purpose?
does the gentlelady yield for some questions?
Lady yield for questions.
Yes.
The lady yields.
Representative Collier, thank you for bringing this amendment. I'm also very concerned about as far as the liability aspect of individuals and making sure that we protect our consumers. This particular amendment that you're bringing forward, the actual implementation of it as a policy, would the documentation that you're requiring them to essentially compile in order to support their position that they acted in a reasonably prudent manner, is this something that would be given to the individual who is trying to fulfill their prescription, or is this something that they would just need to internal policy be documenting for future litigation potential purposes or complaints?
Very good clarifying question. In the way I see this working out is that the Texas Board of Pharmacy would develop that process, but it would be used for internal uses only for the pharmacists as a way to document their decision. It wouldn't be for public disclosure. I'm sure they collect a lot of information now that is not subjected to public disclosure. And it's not for tracking purposes, it's for safety purposes, and it's for consumer safety purposes, because we want to be able to pinpoint any type of irregularities in our processes and protocols and try to work on them and improve them if we find something, a gap in something. So that's all that this is doing. My suggestion would be that the Texas Board of Pharmacy have this as an internal provision where the pharmacists would keep that record and it wouldn't be open for disclosure to the public.
Got it. And then also in instances, say for instance, you had brought up a good point, and there was some discussion earlier with some of the other co-authors as well on this bill about previous instances where pharmacists would refuse to actually prescribe this even though a medical doctor had prescribed it. Would you envision that this particular documentation would also be beneficial for them if, say, for instance, they were denied this particular prescription, and then they could file that with the board, and the board, they would have that policy in place that they would be able to determine if whether that was the case or not, and potentially sanction them or punish them depending on whatever the particular rules that they fall under.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, thank you so much, and I appreciate that very much for your clarification. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Kane, for what purpose?
Question for the author.
The lady yield for questions.
Yes.
The lady yields.
This goes towards the liability of the doctor. Is that correct? Your amendment? I'm just trying to read it.
Well, it goes towards documentation that supports a pharmacist's position. They acted in a reasonably prudent manner.
Do you know if any pharmacists have, gotten in trouble from their boards for dispensing ivermectin?
I'm not sure. I'm not aware.
What about doctors for refusing to maybe give people a vaccine?
I'm not aware, but they could have.
Do you think
for both of them?
Vaccine manufacturers should be liable for harming or injuring anybody?
Well, I'm not sure that this bill addresses that, or this amendment addresses that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, just do you think they should be?
I'll answer questions on this amendment.
Okay. So you're aware that doctors have lost their jobs or licenses for refusing to prescribe vaccines, the COVID shot?
That has nothing to do with ivermectin.
Does that concern you?
It has nothing to do with ivermectin.
Thank you, ma'am.
I move adoption. Please vote no on the motion to table.
Ms. Collier sends up an amendment. Ms. Schaffner moves to table. The question is on the motion to table. If you're in favor of the amendment, vote no on the motion to table. If you're opposed to the amendment, vote aye on the motion to table. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Schaffner voting aye, Ms. Luther voting aye, Ms. Fairley voting aye. Have all voted? There being 85 ayes, 51 nays, the motion to table prevails. Following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Calendars will meet today at 1:15 p.m. in room 3W.9 in a formal meeting to consider a calendar.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Dutton.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Little, for what purpose?
Raise a point of
That's
order
right, I raised a
against
point of order
consideration of
against
the Dutton
further
amendment on the basis that it's not germane under 11.2.
Please bring your point of order down front.
Mr. Speaker,
for what purpose?
I'd like to move that the entire debate on
Mr. Rosenthal, we have a point of order pending. If you will wait until after the point of order is dispensed of to make your motion. Point of order is withdrawn. The amendment's withdrawn. Mr. Rosenthal, for what purpose?
I move to have the entire debate on House Bill 25, including all of its amendments, and the debate and comments around that to be reduced to writing and entered into the journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair has none, so ordered. Anyone wishing to speak on, for, or against the bill? The chair recognizes Mr. Wu in opposition to the bill.
Thank you, members. I'll keep this short. The reason why pharmacists weren't prescribing this between 2020 and 2022, even with prescriptions, was because we were out of ivermectin. Because the media machine on the right had done such a good job of spreading misinformation that people were asking for ivermectin for everything that ailed them. In fact, pharmacies ran so low on ivermectin that pharmacists had to tell doctors, they couldn't supply them with ivermectin because they had to keep it around, had to keep enough for the people who needed it to save their lives. They didn't fill prescription for ivermectin in order to save people's lives who actually needed it, instead of people who were just using it because somebody on Instagram said it might work. Pharmacists were not refusing to fill scripts. They had no medicine to fill it with. To the point where people went to the feed store to take ivermectin that was for animals, for external use, ivermectin that was meant for external application to animals, sheep dip, horse paste, stuff that you rub on the outside and hopefully it is absorbed through the skin. That's not what's really bad about this bill. What's really bad about this bill is that it spreads more misinformation. And it'll spread more death. Because earlier members asked Representative Chia, how many people died from ivermectin? Well, there's about 2 or 3 dozen cases that are reported every year of people dying from ivermectin toxicity. But that's not the real deaths. The real deaths are included in the 1.2 million Americans who died from COVID, more than 3/4 of whom died after a vaccine was available. We should count the deaths in this, including people who would otherwise have gotten medical treatment, actual, proper medical treatment, instead of taking something that they thought might, maybe one time help out. And what are the realities of it? You want studies? People say ask for data. Here's the Journal of American Medicine conducting their own double-blind test. It is on the volume 329, number 11 journal. The title is Effect of High Dosage Ivermectin for 6 days versus Placebo on a Time to Sustained Recovery in Outpatients of COVID-19. Their conclusion was, in this population, the posterior probability that ivermectin reduced symptoms duration by more than 1 day was 0.01%. Less than a fraction of a fraction that it does anything. And Dr. Alverson rightfully came up there and said, well, we should be able to use it for non-indicated uses, things that we think might work. Well, the only thing that we think might work for ivermectin has to do with parasites, other types of parasites other than worms. Scabies, fleas, other infections by invertebrates. It has not saved anyone from COVID-19, but it has caused a massive influx to calls for poison control. The real problem with this is that as you put this on the shelves, as the misinformation continues to spread, more and more people will simply come and get ivermectin because they think it's a miracle cure instead of actually going to the doctor to see what's wrong with them and to get actual treatment. You will kill more people with this. And here's the thing that always perplexes me. It is not our communities that fall for this misinformation. It is people in your own communities that fall for this misinformation. It is people in your own communities that will take this instead of actual medication, and they will be hurt because of it. Like Rep. Anchia said, this is unnecessary politicization of medicine that should be based on science and data. What's really bad about this bill is it's also chicken shit. Because you're trying to say, we want to make ivermectin OTC over the counter. But you're not even actually making it over the counter, are you? Right? Over the counter means where the Advil and Tylenol are, not behind the pharmacist's desk. What you're saying instead is, well, we know that this is actually dangerous. We know people can die from this. We know that high dosage of ivermectin is actually toxic and dangerous and has interactions with other medications. But we don't want to say that we didn't do anything. We're going to put this on the pharmacists instead of the doctors. And we're going to say we did something. If you want to make this OTC, make it actually OTC. Make it actually over the counter. Don't do prescription through another means, which is what you're doing. Do it. Because that's how silly this is. And I would ask you on this silly bill to vote nay.
Chair recognizes Ms. Leo Wilson in favor of the bill.
Members, you may not know this about me, but in 2008, I was diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis. Lucky for me, there were studies that began in 2010 on ivermectin and its multifaceted use. It was found, and you can look it up in the Journal of Medicine. There are repeated numerous studies of off-label use. It is now used commonly for an anti-inflammatory, for viral infections, and that is what COVID was, and it's also used for cancer. It is widely used. It's been used for years. There have been several studies. Again, just Google it, look it up in the Journal of Medicine. They have safety protocols and practices in the Journal of Medicine, as well as safety use in young children. It didn't become political until 2020. I was unable to get it, even though my doctor prescribed it. And you can get it at the feed store. That is not funny. My doctor, knowing that I was having trouble getting it, prescribed me the exact dosage of the same kind of medicine that's used for animals so that I would not overuse. The side effects for ivermectin are very mild compared to aspirin. It's mild nausea, rash, or dizziness. Those are the side effects, unless you overdose. So this drug would be much better to have a safety label, over-the-counter dosing for your weight. Those things will be easy and simple for people to not be able to overdose that need this particular kind of medicine. The risk is very low. Let me talk about a couple prescription medicines. Tamifloxin, which is used for infertility, now is used for cancer. Rogaine and Viagra were used for blood pressure. Now they're used for hair loss and other. Wellbutrin was used initially for depression. Now it's used to help you quit smoking. But let me go to the over-counter drugs. Aspirin was initially used for pain. Now we know that it helps prevent strokes in those that have blood clots. Cortisone was initially used for skin inflammation, and now it's used for relieving stress. Botox was used for Parkinson's, spasms, and migraines, and now is used for wrinkles. Sodium nitrate used to be used for cyanide poisoning. Now it's a common food additive. So just because a drug has an off-label use does not make it later found that this is highly effective. This has been used and used for years. We have a doctor in my area that treated his 39 patients at a nursing home with these type of drugs, hydrochloroquine, ivermectin, and he had to fight to not have his medical license taken away. He only lost one patient in the entire time of COVID to COVID. It effectively treated. He saw that the common treatment was remdesivir during COVID, known to have a high incidence of kidney failure, and these are medically fragile nursing home patients. Again, that was off-label use. It was originally a drug that was used for hepatitis C and RSV. And now during COVID, they used it to treat COVID, okay? So we know, we can look at the medical journal. It's very simple to read the evidence. Since I took it, I did so. And that was way back in 2012, where they started rapidly using it for off-label cancer, inflammation, and viral infections. So it's not just a drug for parasites. And it did not become political until 2020, or I believe it would already be over the counter. I support this bill.
Chair recognizes Dr. Lalani in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Texas legislation is known to take one step forward and two backwards. Today is that unfortunate day. Members, I rise today as a physician, as a legislator. My duties in both the roles is the same: to protect people, follow the evidence, and do no harm. I ran for the office for the same reason I practice medicine: to diagnose what is wrong, to act so people can heal and thrive. I stand here deeply concerned by what this bill represents. Let's be clear, ivermectin is a prescription medicine for a reason. It was developed to treat parasitic diseases. How this drug has become so publicized? Because of COVID-19, the condition for which it became infamous for. Yet multiple randomized controlled trials have shown no benefit. If only my colleagues were as quick to address the root causes of the illness as they are to push this bill. The real crisis is lack of preventive care. The truth is, if we expand access to care, such as expanding Medicaid, investing in the community health centers, supporting charity clinics, fewer Texans will go through this health crisis. Instead, many times we have been penny-wise and pound-foolish in our policies. What Texans need is a reliable primary care, not legislation that blurs the line between proven medicine and wishful thinking. Now, I want to speak directly to everyone who wants to push this bill. How many Texans you think are suffering from parasitic disease? What is the incidence and prevalence of that disease in Texas? How many of them are not able to get ivermectin to treat their parasitic disease? By that definition, why are you not making blood pressure and diabetes medications over the counter? Because that is what thousands of people are suffering. In the bill analysis, the author only references its currently approved clinical uses. They do not attest to its effectiveness to anything else. They are not willing to put that in writing in their own background and purpose. You should ask them why. Removing the clinical involvement in dispensing ivermectin is a threat to patient safety. It is not over-the-counter drug. Its dosing varies by weight and by condition. It has serious interactions with other medications. For example, warfarin, a common blood thinner. Taken together, that increases the risk of internal bleeding and is dangerous. By passing this bill, we are legitimizing the pseudoscience and disregarding the overwhelming weight of medical evidence. You are turning your back on the patient-physician relationship and stepping upon the realm of risk where ideology replaces science and Texans have to suffer. My fear is that people have been falsely told that this is a miracle drug, and they will rely on this in their dire needs of life-threatening situation. We should not substitute hope for evidence and convenience for medical judgment. But medicine will continue to follow the science, and we can only hope that no lives are lost as a result of this policy. Colleagues, Texas Medical Association, Texas Pediatric Society, and many other credible organizations are against this bill. I respectfully ask to vote no on this. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Mr. Verdell in favor of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, you know, one of the problems I see is that there is some hypocrisy here. And there are members here who have opposed this bill, but they have supported puberty blockers and abortion pills for minors, even without parental consent, despite the dangers of those treatments. But yet they oppose a safe treatment of ivermectin over the counter. Members who oppose this bill want to keep their constituents from having access to ivermectin over the counter. Last point. The real reason they oppose this bill is because Donald J. Trump, RFK Jr., and podcasters like Joe Rogan have advocated for this treatment. They would rather block their constituents from over-the-counter access than acknowledge that Donald Trump, RFK, and Joe Rogan were correct. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Ms. Jones in opposition.
Mr. Speaker, members, I rise today in strong opposition to House Bill 25. For me, I think of this bill as the Mr. Ed bill, because ivermectin is a drug used to deworm horses. And you all remember that old TV theme song, "A horse is a horse, of course, of course." Well, ivermectin is for horses, of course, not for people. And yet here we are debating whether Texans should be able to prescribe as if they were their own doctor. And since this bill will let folks walk into a pharmacy and self-prescribe it, I have to ask, when they get their ivermectin, how are they supposed to take it? Are they going to crush up the pills, heat it up, inject it in their arms? Do they put it in their mouths? Do they rub it on their skin? Because even that's not clear. This bill doesn't make medicine safer, it just invites chaos. Let's be clear, in Texas, only doctors in limited cases, nurses, practitioners, and physician assistants can legally write prescriptions. Pharmacists do not diagnose illness, and they do not prescribe medication. Their job is to fill prescriptions written by licensed medical professionals. But this bill would turn that system upside down. It would make pharmacists act like doctors, even though pharmacists are not trained to take patient histories, perform physical exams, or evaluate underlying health conditions. That's why doctors go to medical school. And what do experts say about this drug? The answer is loud and clear. The American Medical Association, the American Pharmacists Association, and the American Society of Health System Pharmacists all issued a joint statement opposing the use of ivermectin for COVID-19 outside of clinical trials. The FDA has not approved ivermectin to treat or prevent COVID-19 in humans, and in fact warns against it. The CDC reports that misuse of ivermectin has led to seizures, dangerously low blood pressure, confusion, and even death. The National Institutes of Health, the World Health Organization, and the European Medicines Agency all say there is no credible evidence that ivermectin treats COVID-19. So I ask you, who exactly supports this? Not the AMA, not the Pharmacists' Own Professional Association, not the CDC, not the NIH, the FDA, or the WHO. No credible medical authority supports this bill. And let me add this, my sister is in fact a physician, and she told me ivermectin, while it's an anti-parasitic medication, can have multiple drug interactions, and it's a strong medication. A patient needs to see a doctor prior to prescription. So here's another doctor with a contrary opinion to the vet, who I would respectfully agree understands horse medicine, who knows about animal medicine, and whoever else selectively believes in so-called medical freedom. Now let's walk this out. How does this work? I self-diagnose that I need ivermectin. I go to the pharmacist and I say, I prescribe myself 1,000 ivermectin pills. Does a pharmacist have a right to say, no, you can't get that many? Or do pharmacists have to comply? Because there are people who want more pills than doctors actually prescribe for them all the time. They want higher dosages all the time. But the doctor says, no, you can't do that. It's dangerous. and the pharmacist rolls with what the doctor says. So how does it work? And in what world do we live in where a person gets to self-diagnose and a pharmacist has to dispense it? And on top of all of that, there's no liability for a pharmacist who dispenses the ivermectin to this so-called self-prescription. So does a pharmacist have any obligation to protect the person from themselves? Or are we really saying that somebody who thinks they're a doctor, even though they never went to medical school, gets to override all safeguards and the pharmacist is off the hook? That's craziness. And along those lines, there's not even an age requirement in this bill. What if a kid who looks like an adult goes in and asks for ivermectin? How do we know they're an adult when there isn't even an ID requirement? I could easily see a teenager or some enterprising person decide to have a side hustle selling ivermectin out on the street. There are so many ways this bill can be abused, and every one of them is dangerous for Texans. What this bill is reckless. It tells people, ignore your doctor, ignore medical science, and just prescribe for yourself. That's not health care, it's chaos. And before I close, I want to make this note. I find it curious that the people pushing this bill claim they want Texans to have medical freedom, but those same people refuse to give women the medical freedom to make decisions about their own bodies and their own families. That's hypocrisy and should not be lost on anyone in this chamber. Colleagues, Texans deserve better than horse medicine dressed up as public policy. Let's not put our constituents in danger. I respectfully urge you to vote no on House Bill 25.
Chair recognizes Mr. Toth in favor of the bill.
This is politics and hypocrisy in its highest level. Ivermectin was not given the Nobel Peace Prize for horses, Representative. That's not why it was given the Nobel Peace Prize. And yet the misinformation that comes out of the other side of this body is mind-numbing. I rise in support of House Bill 25, a bill that represents more than just access to ivermectin. It stands for patient empowerment and the protection of medical freedom and a rejection of government overreach in health care. We've all heard the story of Dr. Mary Bowden, a Texas physician who treated over 6,000 patients with ivermectin during the pandemic. Her results speak for themselves, not one fatality. And Dr. Joseph Varone, also from the Houston area, had similar results. No fatalities. These are not isolated anecdotes. These are examples of doctors saving lives with their clinical expertise and compassion. But what has been the response? Dr. Bowden is now fighting for her professional life against the Texas Medical Board, not because of her treatment failed, but because she defied the approved protocols dictated by government agencies. You follow or we will take you out. The science deserves our attention. The Henry Ford Clinic in Dearborn, Michigan conducted a retrospective study of 2,500 patients, some treated at the very end of life, some treated early in the infectious stage. What came out of it was that they saw a 50% mortality reduction when using these treatments. And when they then said to the Food and Drug Administration, we'd like to take the next step of doing a double-blind study, you know what the FDA said? Screw it, we're not going to let you. We're not going to let you. Why? Who controls the Food and Drug Administration that we don't want to let the science speak for itself? That's ridiculous. George Washington once said, government is not a reason, it is not eloquence, it is force. Like a fire, a troublesome servant and fearful master, never for a moment should it be left to irresponsible action. And yet that is what we have done with healthcare in America. What we're seeing today is the misuse of that force. When regulators block innovation and restrict access to safe, affordable treatments, they put bureaucracy above the health and well-being of Texans. HB 25 is about restoring balance. It's about giving patients and doctors the freedom to make informed decisions without interference. By passing this bill, we affirm our belief in the personal responsibility, medical expertise, and right of every Texan to access affordable health care. This is not just about ivermectin. It's about protecting our freedom to choose, ensuring that no one will be denied of life-saving options because of government overreach. Members, if the other side of this debate cared as much about off-label prescription of drugs, then they would look at Lupron and how it's destroying the lives of so many countless young women. I got a call from a woman who's 26 years of age. At the age of 20, she went through a total hysterectomy. Why? The doctor said it was because of the use of Lupron and then cross-sex hormones of testosterone. That was off-label prescription. Why is it that this body has not stepped up to protect her? No, I will
Mr. Speaker,
not.
I'm concerned that the author or that the speaker
Not
is not
yet.
remaining on the bill.
Please confine your remarks to the subject of the bill.
This is about, and the other side has made this about, the off-label prescribing of this drug. Why are they not as concerned about the off-label prescribing of other drugs as well? With that, I close. This is a great bill.
The chair recognizes Ms. Schaffner to close on the bill.
Thank you so much for today. Thank you so much for the wonderful, heated debate, friendly debate, not so friendly. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I want to thank Speaker Burrows for making HB 25 his priority legislation, as well as Governor Abbott for placing it on his call in the special second session, and the joint authors, all the joint authors, over 87,000 Texans who signed a petition and hundreds of emails in support of this legislation.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
will the gentlelady yield for some questions?
Will the
Yes,
lady
ma'am.
yield for questions?
Representative Schaffner, what can you tell me of the origins of using ivermectin to treat COVID-19?
This bill is not about COVID-19. This bill is about making ivermectin over the counter without a prescription.
Representative Schaffner, are you aware of when trying to access ivermectin increased dramatically among the American population?
I'm not advised.
Well, I will stipulate to you that it was during the COVID-19 pandemic, and that there was first another drug, hydroxychloroquine, that I actually have some very distinct memories of Representative Toth advocating for on some member calls. And then there was ivermectin as the next miracle drug. Are you aware that there was a group called America's Frontline Doctors that started advertising that they could get people either hydroxychloroquine or ivermectin?
I'm not advised.
Are you aware that America's Frontline Doctors was founded by a Dr. Simone Gold, who was later arrested at January 6th in Washington, D.C.?
This has nothing to do with my bill, HB 25.
Are you aware that America's Frontline Doctors partnered with an online pharmacy called Ravku in order to distribute ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine across
This
the
has
country?
nothing to do with
Please
my...
confine your remarks to the subject matter of the bill.
I believe pharmacists are very directly on this bill. Are you aware that this pharmacy, Ravco, had over half of their drug and medication sales just ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine?
I'm not advised.
Are you concerned that this legislation is enabling scammers who are going to profit off of misinformation in order to simply make money by selling people ineffective medical treatments?
That's preposterous, no.
Because from where I'm sitting, it looks like this bill is kind of a gift horse to people who have pushed these unproven treatments in order to make money. Are you aware that in 2021, the United States insurers had to reimburse $130 million in, again, ineffective ivermectin prescriptions?
I'm not advised.
So, Representative Schaffner, what do you believe ivermectin is effective at treating over the counter?
My bill has to do with having ivermectin over the counter. It's FDA approved for parasitic infections. It's also used off-label for a variety of reasons, just like most or lots of medicines are used off-label.
In what situations do you think it's better for a patient to skip going to their doctor and just go directly to the pharmacy?
I'm not a doctor.
Why are we making this directly available without doctors then? I mean, we're giving this over to members of the Texas population. You're one of them. Why do you think doctors should be cut out of that question or that conversation?
There are so many things available over the counter, on the shelf, that are have far more huge side effects than ivermectin, which is proven. Nobel Peace Prize, 2015. It's been around for almost 50 years, since the 70s, worldwide.
Now, what did ivermectin win the Nobel Prize for, specifically?
Medicine or physiology.
For treating what?
For treating the it's FDA approved for treating the parasitic
And
infections. And thankfully, we've got the screwworm coming up. I think we already have our first case of it transferring to humans. So what a great response to that. However, ivermectin for this bill is for over-the-counter without a prescription.
Are you aware that ivermectin is available topically over the counter already for head lice?
It's available over the counter right now as we speak.
For head lice?
For head lice, for scabies,
But topically only, correct? So your legislation is really just seeking to make the ingestible version available.
It says ivermectin. I'm leaving the rest to the Texas State Board of Pharmacy.
Now, who usually decides whether or not a particular medication will be over the counter or a prescription?
Today it's you. Today it's you.
The bill has to do with ivermectin over the counter.
And
without a
why is
prescription.
it prescription right now? Who made that call?
I'm not advised.
Would you agree to my stipulation that it's the Food and Drug Administration?
Possibly, but I'm not advised.
I know Mr. Kennedy is going to be here later. Have y'all considered just asking him to make it over the counter?
I have not.
Why do you think the Trump administration has not made ivermectin over the counter?
This has nothing to do with HB 25.
I mean, we are, in this case, going on top of federal action. Normally we let the federal government decide what is prescription and what is over the counter. Why do you think we should make an exception and overrule Secretary Kennedy in this case?
There are 4 other states that already have it over the counter. One was in Tennessee during the Biden administration.
So why do you think the Trump administration is not making it over the counter and therefore you have to do it by legislation instead?
This is HB 25 is what we're speaking on. We're not speaking about President Trump or what he's thinking or not thinking.
Are you familiar with what a double-blind study is?
I'm not advised.
Okay. I will stipulate that a double-blind study is common practice in medical circles where neither the patient nor the doctor giving them medication knows whether the patient is getting a placebo or getting the actual medication. They're the gold standard of medical research. Would you agree with that?
I believe you.
Okay, thank you. Are you aware that Duke Clinical Research Institute did a double-blind study of ivermectin use in the treatment of mild to moderate COVID-19 and found no statistically significant impact on symptoms or relief?
My bill has nothing to do with COVID-19.
How do you justify the over-the-counter authorization for a drug that has been so widely misused in ways where it has been proven to be ineffective?
I disagree.
With which part? I'm sorry.
All of it.
So you disagree that it's a concern that people are misusing the drug in non-medical or in non-scientifically supported ways?
I disagree. We have autonomy, we have discretion, and People take acetaminophen a lot of times, and that's harmful as well.
Yeah, we have autonomy, but we don't make amoxicillin available over the counter because we don't want drug-resistant pathogens. I mean, we have a lot of things. So
HB
why-
25 is ivermectin without a prescription.
You just brought up acetaminophen, ma'am. So if you get to bring up other drugs, I get to bring up comparisons too. So why is this the only drug that should be over the counter? Why not just eliminate things needing to be requiring a prescription entirely?
It's not about any other bill.
This is not, you can put up that bill if you want. This bill is about ivermectin without a prescription over the counter.
And what makes ivermectin special other than there being some far-right profiteers who are going to make a bunch of money off it?
That's not accurate.
That is completely inaccurate.
I mean, I've got one far-right pharmacy that made about $8.5 million in 6 months off of pushing ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine.
I'm sure that they make more money off of other medications.
No, that pharmacy had half its sales, as I said earlier, just from the sale of ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine.
Very clear.
I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 25. This is a record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Schaffner voting aye, Verdell voting aye. Leach voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? "88 ayes and 51 nays. House Bill 25 passes to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 48. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 48 by Darby, related to creation of a working group to study alert notification systems.
Chair recognizes Mr. Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill simply addresses the growing challenge of maintaining effective statewide safety alerts in the face of increasing alert fatigue. This bill creates a 9-member alert notification system working group within the Texas Division of Emergency Management. It's going to be appointed by the Chief of TDM no later than December 31, 25. They're going to look at the effectiveness and coordination and regulatory framework of Texas statewide alert system. They're going to review compliance with state and federal regulations, and they're going to have a report due back to the governor, lieutenant governor, and the speaker before December 1, 2026. And so I believe there are a couple of amendments.
Following amendment, clerk, read amendment.
Amendment by Plesha.
Chair recognizes Ms. Pelissa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This amendment simply requires the work study group also consider data from an existing registry within TDEM. The State of Texas Emergency Assistant Registry, it's a voluntary free registry designed to help local emergency planners and responders collect information about our Texans with disability. So essentially, we're just utilizing a registry that's already created, that's housed within TDEM, so that we can help our members our families with disabilities. So members, we all represent families with disabilities, and this amendment just helps us coordinate in emergency situations. I believe it is acceptable to the author, and I move adoption.
Ms. Pelissa sends an amendment accepted to the author. Is there objection? Chair hears none. It's adopted. Following amendment, clerk, read the amendment.
Amendment by Ward Johnson.
Ward Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, members, my amendment was inspired by many of my own constituents who have lived through disasters. Senior citizens, chronically ill individuals, people who are hearing impaired face additional challenges when preparing and avoiding a disaster. My amendment would ensure that we take a look at systems we are using for this vulnerable population to make sure they are the most updated systems, and to make sure we're doing everything we can to help them be warned, to help them get out of harm's way. I believe that it is acceptable to the author, and I move adoption.
Ward Johnson sends up an amendment acceptable to the author. Is there objection? Chair is none so ordered. Please excuse Ms. Hernandez because of important business on motion of Mr. Wally. Is there objection? Chair is none so ordered.
All right. I was going to ask what that, some questions about that amendment, but it's a little late. So, thank you.
Ms. Darby to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 48. It's a record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. It's Isaac voting aye. If all members voted. Have all members voted. 131 ayes and 1 nay. House Bill 48 passes to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 149. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 149 by Lauterbach, relating to the governor's review of purchases by political subdivisions of public safety radio communication systems.
Mr. Lauterbach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I bring you a bill, HB 149, which deals with operability on radio communications and interoperability on radio communications. And if you're if you're not really sure about this, this is probably the largest single issue in public safety that we've ever faced in our state. We have pockets of good communication in our state, but we have many more that are not interoperable or operable itself. So what we created here is a radio free-for-all in our state. This bill is a pathway to become operable in time. It is simply a plan, it is a policy change, it is a law change where we can start moving in the direction of operability, and what's more important, we can tactically pause or stop an uninteroperable situation from occurring. And this is the true value of the bill, because we will never become operable or interoperable as long as we allow an uninteroperable situation from coming up between agencies and public safety. We made major investments in radio interoperability this session. The governor is already tasked with adopting strategic plans and recommendations for interoperability, but there's no mechanism in place to stop irresponsible system purchases. HB 149 requires the governor to adopt standards for radio interoperability review. Before a local government may purchase a new system, they will be required to submit the proposed purchase for review. Within 90 days, the governor must either approve, summarily deny, or conditionally deny the purchase with instruction to achieve interoperability. The bill is not retroactive and does not prevent a local government from replacing individual radios, just large-scale system replacements. Chapter 429 of the Government Code, which governs Homeland Security operations, directs the governor to develop and administer a strategic plan for interoperability. So, members, this situation has been dire for every disaster we've had, from the floods to the fires to every issue that we've got. And not only that, but every 24 hours on a 911 call, on a cross-county chase, on any kind of law enforcement issue here, we run into interoperability problems and operability problems. And it's as simple as this. If you can't talk to a neighboring agency, and sometimes you can't talk between two agencies in one city, that's what we're talking about. So basic, fundamental communications are not achievable right now because we keep allowing uninteroperable situations from developing. This bill will put us on a path and start us down a pathway where we can achieve an operable and interoperable situation. It will allow the state to place a strategic pause on purchases that impair radio interoperability. The governor has information and recommendations. This just gives the office a mechanism to protect it. I move passage.
Mr. Bell, for what purpose?
Would gentlemen yield for questions?
Gentlemen yield for questions.
Yes, sir.
Yields for questions.
Just a quick question for clarity to reduce the conversation of interoperability to layman's terms. Effectively, as the sheriff's department, you might not be able to communicate with law enforcement, with the fire department, or you might not be able to communicate with the forestry service in a fire situation or other circumstances like that. That's That's a lack of interoperability, and your bill seeks to put in place the process by which we can get to a point to where, whether we have an emergency, a disaster, or any other circumstance, that those elements that we depend on in times of emergency or disaster can communicate with each other so we have the greatest response capability possible.
Agreed and well said, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. It's a record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Hunter voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members, Wally voting aye. Have all members voted? 127 ayes and 5 nays. House Bill 149 passes to engrossment. Yeah, we may take a... Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 254. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 254 by Ashby relating to the eligibility of a political subdivision for a grant from the Rural Infrastructure Disaster Recovery Program.
Mr. Ashby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 254 makes 2 slight changes to House Bill 3010, which we passed during the regular session. Kerrville and Kerr County in particular came to visit with me after the devastating floods of July 4th. They were not included in this bill under the original statute, and so what we're doing is making 2 minor changes so that we can include City of Kerrville, Kerr County, and a few other rural counties into the program. With that, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. If all members voted, 136 ayes and 1 nay. House Bill 254 passes to engrossment. Members, the chairs intend to take a lunch recess before we take up the next 2 bills. The House will stand recessed until 2 p.m. The House will come to order. Mr. McLaughlin, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Did we not just leave a meeting where Secretary Kennedy thought the ivermectin bill was a great bill?
That is not a proper parliamentary inquiry. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 26. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 26 by Oliverson, relating to the funding of, contracting with, and employment for law enforcement agencies in certain counties.
Dr. Oliverson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 26 protects an extremely popular program in Harris County, giving neighborhoods and school districts the ability to access law enforcement resources, and I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment House Bill 26. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Schofield voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 95 ayes and 29 nays. House Bill 26 passes to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 192. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 192 by Oliverson, relating to the funding of, contracting with, and employment for law enforcement agencies in certain counties.
Dr. Oliverson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is part two of our previous conversation. This bill essentially just closes a loophole that was created with the passage of SB 23 in 2021. I believe there is an amendment.
Following amendment, clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Schofield.
Chair recognizes Mr. Schofield on the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, this amendment makes sure that the county doesn't reduce the constable or sheriff's budget by the amount of the contracts, and I move adoption.
Mr. Schofield sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection? Hold on. Back up, members. We're waiting for the amendment to appear.
Oh, I got one.
On this bill?
Mm-hmm.
On the amendment?
Oh, not on the amendment.
Sorry, I've got a question on the amendment. Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for a question?
On the amendment?
Yes, on the amendment.
The gentleman yield for questions. Gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you so much, Representative Schofield. Does this amendment potentially create any issues where if a contract disappears, that the county has to fill that backlog for the constable or sheriff's office?
No, this only deals with money that comes in from the contract. I don't know that the only time we've ever had one disappear that I know of is when somebody fired the sheriff and hired their constable. But no, the answer to your question is if there's no revenue from the contract, then it's not in there.
Okay, so this is
This is the crediting of money that does come from contracts.
Okay. Do you have any questions, sir? I do. Go for it.
Mr. Rosenthal, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, does the gentleman yield for a question?
Gentleman yield for questions.
I do.
He yields for questions.
So sorry, just seeing this for the very first time. Can you walk me through the language and how it affects the bill, like
Sure.
very specifically, if you don't mind?
And this works with the previous bill that we just passed, which deals with 85.025, which is the sheriff's contracts, and 85.026, which is the constable's contracts. This says that the money that comes in from those contracts will be credited to their office and doesn't go to the general fund, and that the county can't reduce the sheriff or constable's budget for the year by the amount of the contract.
I thought that was the purpose of splitting the bill in the first place, was to make this subject separate from the subject of the previous bill that we just talked about. So on this, how does this change the baseline bill as it came up? Because I thought that was the fundamental purpose of the bill without amendment.
As I can tell you what the amendment does, the amendment ensures that the money from the contract itself gets credited to their budget and they don't get reduced by it.
So let me
That's
ask,
the way in which it affects the bill.
so maybe I should ask it like this. What did CSHB 192 do before this amendment?
You could ask the author that, and he'll be up in a minute.
So once again, how does this change the original bill as filed?
It adds to it the protection for the budget of the office that does the contract, whether it's the constable or the sheriff, and make sure that the money is credited to their budget and they don't get reduced by it.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Schofield sends up amendments accepted by the author. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Amendments adopted. Anyone wish to speak on, for, or against the House bill?
Can we not question the author now?
So I'm going to recognize people if they want to speak on, for, against. If nobody, he's going to close. Then you can ask questions. On, for, against? Dr. Alverson to close on his bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members.
Mr. Speaker, does the gentleman yield for a
Gentleman yield
question?
for questions?
Yes, I would be
Yields
happy
for
to yield for
questions.
questions.
Thank you, Dr. Alverson. Can you help me understand the difference between what this bill as filed and passed out of committee was and what we just did with that amendment? Because I was under the impression that the bill in the first place was filed for the purpose of protecting those budgets when they've got money from these community contracts, so that it can't be withdrawn or reduced their budget by that amount.
Right, and so the bill as filed, it was originally part of the same bill. It created potentially two subjects, so that's why you have the second bill before you. As I think you know, this particular part of the bill dealt with some disagreements that erupted between the county and the comptroller's office with regards to SB 23 and its implementation regarding situations where the county was reallocating portions of a budget that had already been established for that department, and that was classified, we believe, as essentially as defunding. However, the comptroller's office felt that the language wasn't sufficiently clear. So what the purpose of the bill here is to make these certain circumstances, that was always intended that this would be part of essentially defunding a department. In other words, you give them a budget, but then you seize part of that budget back for one reason or another. And so that's what the bill does, and that's also how Mr. Schofield, how his amendment fits into this, is that it deals with the budget of that department in situations under which the county may not reallocate funds that have already been allocated to a department without seeking voter approval.
Thank you. So actually, I don't feel, while I appreciate your answer, I don't feel like it actually addressed the question. So I'm under the impression that the bill as filed, 192, was for that purpose in the first place. So if it wasn't, then what was it? All right, so the more completely stated, the amendment just adopted was to protect the budget, right? To protect the budget in the case that you've got these community contracts, extra money comes in, and you want to make sure to preserve that stays with the constables or sheriffs, right?
Correct.
Okay, so if that was the purpose of the Bill 192 as filed, what is the change that Schofield's amendment just created? How does that make the bill different? Because it sounds to me like the purpose of Schofield's amendment was the actual purpose of the bill in the first place.
So my understanding of the Schofield Amendment is that the Schofield Amendment is specific to certain circumstances where a budget may attempt to be reduced after the fact by the portion of whatever that community is paying towards that constable's deputy's salary.
And
But
that
I,
was-
I think
that-
that's my understanding of it.
That was not the function of the bill as filed?
That is, well, again, the bill was originally two parts, and essentially we have two bills, one part in each, right?
So understood. But the bill as filed was split into two.
Correct.
The first one we just voted on a moment ago.
Yes.
This new one, as filed, I thought was for the purpose you just explained. But then, for some reason, there has to be an amendment to make it do the purpose that I thought it was originally filed to fulfill. So am I wrong about that?
No, I think his amendment simply added another circumstance under which we would classify that as defunding.
I got it. Thank you.
I hope that makes sense.
It
That's
does.
my understanding.
I appreciate that.
Thank you, Representative.
Done for what purpose?
Would the gentleman answer questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I will.
Gentleman yields for questions.
And I don't know, maybe I need to ask the speaker, but is this bill within the governor's call for the session?
Yes, it is actually.
Okay, and your understanding of the governor's call that has to do with Harris County?
My understanding, and I don't have the language directly in front of me, Representative, but I believe that the revised call that was issued earlier this week specifically dealt with these two bills. That is the purpose of the revised call.
Well, did it deal specifically with Harris County or with the state?
I think it specifically dealt with law enforcement departments and constables and contracting and all that kind of stuff. I don't have the exact language.
But it
in
didn't
front of me.
deal with specifically with Harris County, though.
I don't know the answer to that. I don't have it in front of me.
All right,
I'm sorry.
Mr. Speaker, I'd raise a point of order against further consideration of this bill and the fact that it's not on the call.
Bring your point of order down front.
Members, the point of order has been withdrawn.
Move passage. Sorry.
Chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson.
Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment. Yeah. Members, please excuse Ms. Johnson because of an illness on the motion of Mr. Moody. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 26. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Dr. Oliverson voting aye. Show Mr. Schofield voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 88 ayes and 45 nays, HB 192 is passed to engrossment.
Swore Johnson, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I make a motion to reduce to writing all the comments made on HB 192.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is not so ordered. Member, is the intent of the chair to adjourn briefly to begin a new legislative day. Mr. Darby moves that the House stand adjourned until 2:45 p.m. Oh, good God. I knew that. Y'all okay down there? Are you sure? Okay. I thought that was going straight for her head. Yeah, take that one. All right, let's try this again. Members, please register. House come to order. Have all members registered? Have all members registered? A quorum is present. Mr. Darby moves to excuse those members on this legislative day who were excused on the previous legislative day. Is there objection? Chair hears none, and it's so ordered. Following bill on first reading and referral.
HB number 29 by Shaheen, relating to election procedures regarding accepting a voter with a residence address that is not current and the immediate effect of the voter's registration after the registrar's receipt of certain change of address notices. Refer to the Committee on Elections.
Members, may I have your attention? Chair is going to recognize Ms. Hull for a recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is a very exciting day. We have Secretary Kennedy here in the Texas House, and I would like everyone to please join me in a huge Texas welcome to Secretary Kennedy. As many of you were there, we just signed all the MAHA bills. It's incredibly exciting. Secretary Kennedy is someone who, for decades, when this movement has been so silent, he was the one believing the moms, believing their stories, telling their stories, and moving forward and pushing this movement forward. And here we are today. It is absolutely incredible. I also want to recognize Callie Means, Jason Karp, Kelly McKenna, Brigham Bueller, Grace Price, who have all been incredibly influential in the MAHA movement across this nation. I also want to thank my mom, who is off to the side over there, and my son, Owen, who is the reason I have done all of this and have fought for decades for this. So thank you all, and also the speaker who helped with all of this, who has believed in this, and also filed one of the very first SNAP bills back in 2017. So thank you all, and thank you, Secretary Kennedy, and all of the advocates for what you have done, not only for Texas, but for all Americans. Thank you. At 3 o'clock, there will be a reception in the back hall with Secretary Kennedy and the other advocates, and you are all welcome to join. We would love to have you all. Thank you.
Following announcement, clerk read the announcement.
The Committee on Elections will meet today upon final recess or during the bill referral period if permission is granted in room 1W.14 Agricultural Museum in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 25. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 25 by Schaffner relating to a statewide order issued by the Commissioner of State Health Services authorizing a pharmacist to dispense ivermectin.
Ms. Schaffner.
Make Texas healthy again. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 25. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. So Isaac voting aye. Ms. Schaffner voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Have all members now voted? 87 ayes, 47 nays. House Bill 25 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 48. Clerk read the bill.
HB number 48 by Darby relating to the creation of a working group to study alert notification systems.
Mr. Darby.
Members, this is a bill studying alert warning systems and our alert preparation, so I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? 135 ayes and 1 nay. House Bill 48 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 149. Clerk read the bill.
HB number 149 by Louderback relating to the governor's review of purchases by political subdivisions of public safety radio communication systems.
Mr. Louderback.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, let's move towards interoperability in our state of Texas. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? 128 ayes and 8 nays. House Bill 149 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading. House Bill 254. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 254 by Ashby, relating to eligibility of a political subdivision for a grant from the Rural Infrastructure Disaster Recovery Program.
Mr. Ashby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill adds Kirk County and a few of the rural counties to the Rural Disaster Infrastructure Recovery Program. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 135 ayes and 1 nay. House Bill 254 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading. House Bill 26. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 26 by Oliverson, relating to the funding of, contracting with, and employment for law enforcement agencies in certain counties.
Dr. Oliverson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the bill that This is the bill that protects Harris County deputies' neighborhood contracts. Move passage.
Ms. Ward Johnson in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill upends the democratic principle of checks and balances. If a local law enforcement agency can provide contracted law enforcement services and bill the county for the remaining percentage without approval and oversight from Commissioner's Court, then we do not stand for the principles of separation of power and that the legislative branch should control the purse. As you consider your vote on this bill, please keep in mind we are allowing an elected official, the constables, to set their own rates for government services, binding taxpayers to double taxation to pay a second time for services they should already be providing. You already pay your taxes for a constable to patrol your neighborhoods, but now they want to go and bid a contract with your HOAs to pay them to contract with them to patrol your neighborhood more often. That's double taxation. And what about when they do these contracts with these HOAs, the neighborhoods that cannot afford their contracts will be left out with having extra patrol services. But this contract is removing the checks and balances that promote transparency of our governmental functions. Even when they go contract with these HOAs or these other counties, the county is still on the hook. They are not indemnified if someone chooses to sue the constables. So removing this check and balances that promotes transparency of our government function is detrimental. County leaders have a fiduciary responsibility to the taxpayers. This bill undermines that duty. Please vote no on this bill. Thank you.
Dr. Oliverson to close.
Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Oliverson voting aye. $88 ayes, 49 nays. House Bill 26 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading. House Bill 192. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 192 by Oliverson, relating to the funding of, contracting with, and employment for law enforcement agencies in certain counties.
Dr. Oliverson.
This bill prevents Harris County from defunding law enforcement agencies. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Ms. Swanson voting aye. Have all members voted? 89 ayes, 48 nays. House Bill 192 finally passes. The Speaker's desk is clear. Mr. Ashby moves the House recess pending the reading and referral of bills and the receipt of messages, granting the Senate's request to appoint conferees and administrative actions until 1:30 p.m. Thursday. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The House stands recessed pending the reading and referral of bills, receipt of messages, granting the Senate's request to appoint conferees and administrative actions.